Okay, looks like we are ready to go. I'm ready to go. Let's get going. Hello, Imperial Isle. How are you doing today? Yeah, this build was a silly idea. Let's do some ice caves. I definitely want to do something different with what I'm doing on my character. This was an interesting experiment, but not one that I'm particularly fond of the way it turned out, I guess. He's fine. Yeah, he's fine. What else do I have going on with my characters here? Yeah, okay. I'm probably, for now... What other options do I have? Motivation? Motivation is a pretty bland attribute line. I think... for the moment... I think for the moment I'm going to just do some restoration-focused stuff, maybe. Let's do... Yeah, okay, let's do some communing. Let's do some restoration. This is the part where I have to play the armor juggle game, isn't it? This requires me to put on a communing hat. Okay, I don't know, I feel like bringing Shadow Song and Pain with me for some random reason. And Body and Soul. Spirit Light. +12 seconds, you have +5 energy regeneration. Yeah, like a lot of this stuff is just kind of uninteresting, unfortunately. What's the biggest reason to use it is to... I'm trying to think about what other skills I might want to bring with me. And... I think I'm going to grab... where is... Transfer. Lively was Naomi is not my preferred skill. I know there's a spirit transfer around here somewhere. So I'm going to bring Weapon of Warding, I think. But yeah, I'm looking for transfer. Here it is. For a moment there, I was beginning to wonder if this character even had transfer. Paralyze a Weapon of Warding and spells and binding rituals recharge those faster. I'm kind of considering wanting to try this. It would be useful. It would make his Rodgorts recharge faster. It would make Spiteful Spirit recharge faster. I don't know. This is one of those skills that, like, if this had a 1 second cast time, I'd be like, oh yeah, that seems reasonable. But a 2 second cast time, it just seems a bit long, you know? Yeah, that's just kind of uninteresting. Let's bring Empathic Removal. Because you know what? That's a good way to clean people up. And I want that. So that's what we're going with. I don't feel like holding things, so... Yeah, but why would I use Shiko when I can use Pirwa's Li Ming? They're competing for the exact same spot, and I feel like Pirwa's Li Ming is just straight up better. When you drop her Ashes, all allies with an earshot lose 3 conditions, versus when you drop her Ashes, you lose 3 conditions. One is clearly superior. I guess this has a quicker recharge, but you also have Men, Body, and Soul, so I guess my main quandary at this point is, do I want this Shadow Step, or actually I'm going to bring Binding Chains. That's a good way of creating a little bit of space for allies that I think I'm going to go with. Yeah. I don't know. We're going to roll with this. Whatever this turns out to kind of be, I suppose. My crazy fluffy costume going. So fluffy. I might want to rearrange some of these skills on my bar, but I'm not going to know until I play with it. Whew, almost had a sneeze there. Sneezing is not something I enjoy. I enjoy even less not Mersat, because I'm pretty sure nothing this guy has can possibly be infused. Sneezing is deeply unpleasant, particularly whilst driving. I do not like to sneeze while driving. This is the part where I discover whether or not I regret not bringing Summon Spirits. I'm beginning to regret not having brought Summoning Spirits. You know what? We'll roll with it. Well, I guess we're fighting Ice Imps now. I guess I can use that. Trying to think over which skill is the best skill to heal with in that situation. I was expecting Talcor to do a little bit more. We're going to get bombed. So much Conjure Phantasm. Empathic removal does help with that quite a bit, though. Okay, I'm going to just do this normal rather than, I don't know, whatever the heck madness I did last time I was in here. Oh, hey, Dwarven Sage's outfit. How convenient. Even with its 7-second recharge, it feels like Empathic Removal has too long of a recharge. I'm quite bluntly very glad I brought it. Because it helps with controlling this sheer number of hexes going on in this area. Let's get this guy taken care of, please. I could have Men and Body and sold her. Oh well. Decisions were made. Maybe not the best decisions, but they were made. Happy New Year, everyone, by the way. For anyone who's watching at this point. I know it's still Still a little bit early in the stream for... Normally, what my experience is that people show up a bit later in the stream. Okay, let's get these guys taken care of, shall we? Okay, once we take out this engineer, the now we are the one with the lever. Behold, our careful and strategic Dolyak freeing blocks. We explode some barrels, and then the Dolyaks are like, wait, what just happened? And start a stampede! We're very fortunate that the direction they choose to stampede is right through the White Mantle ballista line, which the White Mantle do not enjoy at all. And then we get a morale boost, because why not? We can have a 10% morale boost this early into the mission. That's cool. And now everything is peaceful again. Because the Stone Summit and the White Mantle are no longer sieging each other. Because all of their siegers are dead. That's how it goes. Ooh, let's have this miniature Shiro Tagachi wandering around. That'll be fun. I'm not going to worry about the bonus here, because I really would want to be infused before I try to do it, so... Yeah, I hexed the wrong fellows. I would want to tax this zealot. Yeah, I should have brought summon spirits instead. Now, if I keep doing this bar, I'll, in the next mission, which I'll consider doing that. Do I have, this is another... Yeah, I have Don't Trip. I should bring Don't Trip. That was fun. Good old Shadow Song. Doing its job, I assume. Some. Okay, all that's cleared up. Go ahead and get our explosive. And go explode a door. There's lots of exploding things in this mission for some reason. I'm going to turn that in, but I need to turn in all this Luxon faction first. It's an interesting question. Get out of here, White Mantle Seeker. Oh, Drider's defenses. I don't know. You get to be slow. All of you get to be slow for a few seconds and take 70. Wait, no. 78 damage, I think. Yeah, 78 damage. 60 plus 18. All right. Avoiding the bonus direction, which is over that way. Let's go ahead and... Ooh, yes. We're going to take a slight side path where we don't fight the Mersat. That's a good plan. There we go. Let's get some hexes off of us here. The White Mantle in general aren't too tough in this particular one. They certainly, when they get pushed on the back foot, they certainly get a lot better in the War in Kryta. They learn some new tricks. Better at their job. Where am I relative to where I want to be? Okay, yeah, I'm over here. I've so often done this while infused lately that the path that I take through here while infused goes through a few more Mersat than it would now when I'm not infused. So I might be slightly uncertain of how I go through. Oh my goodness. These guys don't want me to have any energy. Well, it doesn't matter. Joke's on them. They're all dead now. It turns out, I guess, me not doing anything doesn't really stop the rest of my party, who's the actual damage dealers, from stopping the White Mantle, so... It's interesting. I usually think of the White Mantle as in Kryta, but they're all over the Shiver Peaks in like this in some of these missions, and they are also showing up a bunch in the Maguma Jungle and stuff too. That's our escape path. I just like blowing it up ahead of time so I don't have to worry about it later. Now the question is, should I play this where I'm running from the Mersat, or should I play this where I wait for the Mersat to go and charge ahead of everything? I think it's better if I'm running from the Mersat because that's less boring. Okay, cool. We have freed Avenia. Saedra has sacrificed herself. And we're going to ignore Hamdor Grand Axe over there. And escape with Avenia to the awaiting ice ship. This is a big wall of Mersat. If you do not want to fight them, or worry about them catching up to you, you can go about here, walk back into the cave, and AFK. One word of warning, if you are going to proceed ahead like I am, kill all the enemies, because Avenia is a dumb and will decide that perhaps wanding White Mantle she can't hit is a good use of her resources. And then get herself killed is the follow-up to that. And if Avenia dies, you lose. So, like, right here's a really good example. If you don't kill all these White Mantle and stuff here, Avenia will totally try to do it for you. Because you can just run past them. They're engaged in fighting these dwarves. But Avenia will aggro on them, and then everything will be terrible, and nothing will die, and yeah. Except Avenia. Avenia will die. Just get this Dolyak Master out of here, please. The rest of everything should crumple. The Mersat are super, super slow, so running ahead of them is a little bit more enjoyable in terms of you don't have to spend a bunch of time kind of waiting for them, but it's super easy to wait for them and have them get themselves killed, so. We need to take out this guy. They're using Melandri's arrows, so that's adding a lot of additional random bleeds. I wonder how much the spirits I leave behind of pain might slow down the Mersat. Again, they also can't follow you the entire path because they get utterly destroyed by the catapults. For some reason, they decide that the best thing to do is just walk through all of these catapults. And just like this White Mantle is not enjoying that, and Zenmai didn't enjoy that, the Mersat don't enjoy that. It turns out, if you want to beat the Mersat, just build a bunch of siege equipment, convince them to walk really slowly, and pelt them with boulders. It's highly effective. So I don't even know if the Mersat can get up quite this far. If they can, they certainly can't get past this. They just move too slowly and just get obliterated. Hey, Price of Hexen. That's me for a change. So used to that being a hero's name. Hi, Darda Golden Chief. These guys aren't too bad, but Mark of Protection can be really annoying. We're just going to have to eat some hits here. Thankfully, fallback and incoming are very useful for recovering from eating hits. Yeah, I'm not sure if they even get to that bit back there. So at this point, I don't have to worry about wow. I thought I had some spawning power, but apparently that Sparrow's just going to die anyway. Anyway, I don't have to worry about... thank you. The Mersat. They can't catch up to me anymore because they're going to die. Hey, thanks for the subscription. Thank you very much. How are you doing? Ah, yes, new month. Eventually, the emote that I made will be approved. That'll be exciting. Also, hello. Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. That first badge is amusing.
I can't believe Saedra is gone.
She is, Avenia. She is. Ooh, boy, that's an inventory. Okay, if I'm going to keep doing this, I'm going to want summon spirits. That's Selfless Spirit. That's why I'm confused. They look so similar. Alright. Let's take a moment to clear my inventory. I like to run commercial break while I'm clearing my inventory, because that removes pre-rolls. Icy lodestones are not glacial stones. But they look like them. Oh yeah, I need to go to the guild hall because I got a bunch of random runes. Let's see. Ooh. Superior Inspiration Magic Survivor. No, how that one's going to work out. Minion Master and Major Axe. Okay, the rest of these are like salvage things. This is not a thing. It looks like a salvage item because they've used that skin for salvage items, but it is not a salvage item. I mean, you could salvage it, but it's not going to... Like, these icy lodestones are probably... Actually, they're probably worth salvaging because I bet... Oh, they're granite? Not... I'm going to be honest. I was expecting glittering dust out of an icy lodestone, not a granite slab. I'm pretty sure granite slabs are not especially... Oh, they're a little bit valuable. Dust is way more valuable, though. Still might be enough to make an icy lodestone more valuable as a couple stones. What is going on in the world of crafting materials these days? Glittering dust has some value. Plant fibers is way up in value. Superior Inspiration. I don't think... Yeah, Inspiration is the one superior rune that hasn't increased in value. My goodness, look at this. Soup Domination at 25 plat. Minor Inspiration at 8. Minor Fast Casting at 4.9. And Prodigy is at 10. Eesh. Everybody's come to favor Tormentors. I understand. I like it myself. Always have. So Minion Master, Major Axe Master is not going to be worth anything either. I don't... Survivor... This is worth 384 gold, so the Survivor Insignia does have some value to it, but I feel like this probably better to just merch. I'm going to just merch them. I guess you could argue it might be worth a expert salvage kit, but I'm not going to. Okay, out of the guild hall. Let's see, Iron Mine of Mulladoon. It might be a good idea to run Ward of Stability here. I'm not sure. There's going to be a lot of potential knockdowns. This would be a good moment, actually, to see how well General Morgan tells people to brace themselves. Let's try that. Yeah, you're fine. I mean, you're doing fine here, I guess. Have enough physical attackers that Barbs is going to be doing additional damage. Yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with these teams. So, let's continue on. Let's get ourselves some infusion. Now, the real question is whether or not I'm going to want... actually, let's... Second. Flag heroes over there. You can just run past all these fighting dudes, but heroes do not know that unless you tell them to. One of the things that I like about this mission is that there's 2 routes through it. You can go up this way and across the bridge and through there. If you're infused, that's a path that you can take. There's going to be like Jade dudes and whatnot. You can see Marcus running across here too, which I really like as a thematic element. But if you're not infused and stuff, you're going to want to take this under the bridge route that leads through some abandoned dwarven cities and tundra giants and trolls and stuff, which I like as a sort of change of pace, or a way that this mission can play out a little bit differently on repeat run-throughs. Oh boy, this is going to be annoying. This would be a really nice moment to have Protective Colli to drop. Okay, well, that's taken care of. Do I have... Hang on. Nope. Okay, I should get Heal Party on this character. It might be useful. Zenmai's getting hosed by the by being knocked down while on ice. Since ice is a pretty nasty snare. How much does this actually heal for? Let me do the math. That's 190. I guess that's a bit more than that does. I kind of wish it was a static amount that it drained health-wise from the spirit and the scaling was on the gained per health point of health. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter that much, but it could feel really impactful that way. These guys are annoying. I'm pretty sure they have a property that makes them knock down when they create a critical hit. Because they will just spontaneously knock you down, and I'm pretty sure that's the trigger. That would be kind of a fun... That would be a very interesting player skill. Potentially too powerful. It's very similar actually to Great Dwarf Weapon, now that I think about it. Great Dwarf Weapon just straight up has a chance to inflict knockdown rather than a... oh, they decided my Spirit of Shadow song shouldn't exist. Yes. But anyway, yeah, Great Dwarf Weapon just has a chance to, rather than triggering on critical hit. 40% chance to cause knockdown. Just get a fresh Spirit of Pain up here. I do wish there was a few more skills like Spirit Transfer that maybe drain spirit health for effects without completely consuming it. Like if there's a couple skills like Feast of Souls destroys all spirits and spirit to flesh. And Rupture Soul, these blow up spirits to do things. I wish there was more that were like, oh, I'm going to drain part of a spirit to do a thing. Just because I like that design space a bit more. Destroying a spirit is just a very high cost is all. And imagine if Consumed Soul was like a heal party or a Light of Deliverance that drained a spirit. For a little bit. In order to heal the party. It could be an interesting variant on the concept anyway. It's been a while since I've taken this particular path. I've typically... I think you can go down either that way or this way, and it doesn't really matter. That way has a big fight, though, so I'm going to pick this one. Get this White Mantle Zealot out of here. Yeah, because going this way also lets us take out the Engineer. Which is obviously beneficial in other ways. I like Weapon of Warding for its ability to just kind of like protect and heal somebody, but it does feel like it's a little anemic. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I'd want to modify with Ritualist were I in a position to do things differently. Can I fire this with more accuracy at somewhere useful? Probably not. Where even is... What's going on back there? We just have people all over the place. Also, I need to set her on aggressive, so she's maybe a little smarter about picking her own targets. Sometimes the AI can be really dumb about targeting enemies, and instead of targeting the nearest enemy, you're just, oh yeah, this has been a problem for a long time. That's just some depth fighting between two things that are in a similar sort of place. They don't know which one's supposed to be on top. Seeing a lot of dwarf bosses, dwarf warrior bosses. I'm not going to be able to help Ryder. He wants me to deal with a Mersat boss, and I ain't fighting a Mersat boss without being infused. I know how that turns out, and it's poorly. Very poorly indeed. I was thinking earlier that it would be really amusing to have, like, a protection prayer spell or something. I want to call it Yoink, that basically shadow steps target ally to you. Akora. Could be an interesting idea for some sort of protection prayers spell or something. I don't know. But I kind of like the idea. I don't know that it's especially good, and I think it would be super trolly, but I like the idea. What'd actually be really nice would be like a 25 energy deadly arts spell that's shadow step target foe to you. So then you just sit in the back line and then shadow step them into you, and then they get wrecked. That's not a skill that should exist, though. Yeah. These abandoned dwarven somethings. At least they feel abandoned to the trolls. It's interesting going through here just because I've been through the what's the words that I want? The path with all of the Mersat more often lately. Just I've been going through here at Well Infused for things like the bonus and stuff, so the paths do reconnect. Like that one is quicker. It goes or at least I think it is. It goes like around here, up through here, and then you can get to Marcus like right there. We're gonna have to do a bit more. You can also still go back around if you want to through this bridge area to get to the seer. It connects right there, where Kratos the Foul is. This is another spot where we just have to kind of run through and grin and bear. Getting sieged. I feel like Sasuke is getting somewhat attacked. Interesting. Spirit of Disenchantment would have been a good idea against these griffins. Oh well. Eh. Oh yeah. Let's pull these guys out of the Holy Wrath. I didn't think about how Disenchantment would be useful against the Griffins. The Griffins are just not a big part of this mission, so there's a few here and over that way. Hey, it's the Illusionary Weaponry boss. Digo Merkstalker is the version here. I'll summon Shadow Song, but it won't actually help against Illusionary Weaponry. That's just not how that skill works. Of course, if you're just standing around wanding, Illusionary Weaponry also isn't a particularly helpful skill, so... I wonder if I should have brought Spirit Leech Aura. Allow my spirits to heal themselves. Guys, your shadows are really annoying. So General Morgan, have you been telling people to brace themselves? Do you somehow psychically know who's being targeted by Signet of Judgment? Shadow Song is got a little bit longer. No, he just used it. I don't know if it paid off, but he did just use it. Embrace Yourself is one of those skills where I would take this instead of being target other the next time target other ally would be knocked down, blah blah blah. I would absolutely like it to be the next time allies within earshot would be knocked down. Instead, they're not. Just that. Or like prevents the next knockdown against allies within earshot or something like that. Just like a one-shot. Basically a don't trip. That's a one-shot effect. Oh, thanks. So you use it after I've been knocked down. That's perfect timing. Yeah, that's been my general concern with it. I thought I'd give it a try to him. I'm not particularly impressed. Nor, to be clear, did I think I would be. I want a new Spirit of Pain. One that's not in so much pain. Hey, it's the Seer. Okay, yep. You just go kill the Eidolon in order to be able to get its magics, so that way we can infuse our armor. Third Gloom Runner sounds like the Spiteful Spirit boss. It is. It is the Spiteful Spirit boss. Not only does it sound like it, it is. For some reason, there's a couple dead glacial griffins over there. I've always kind of gotten the impression it's supposed to be because this boss made them that way, which I thought was kind of a cool touch. I believe that boss can be randomized among a couple of different options. Oh, right. Shadowsong got recharged by killing the boss. I forgot for some reason. I'm going to have to think about what armor I want infused. I think it's going to be my other set, though. This is the part where I get brace yourself on me, right? Okay, maybe not. Boink. Yeah, now I get brace yourself. Not useful now. I might have been right there, though. Send my... Where are you even going? Okay, I guess I got you to the Eidolon, but it felt like the long way around. Spectral Essence, aka Eidolon Guts. Okay, let's go ahead and swap out. I think I'm just going to want this armor set infused. I feel like this is the one that I will make most use of. Does mean that I'm kind of stuck using it for the rest of this mission, though. And the next, so on and so forth. That's okay. It's slightly less optimal for communing, I guess. But I don't think enough to matter that much. Yeah, my Spirit of Pain's one lower. Cool, now I get to be infused. Alright. Fun fact. Right over there is Mineral Springs. Or is it right over there? Yeah, right over there. I think right over there might be Mineral Springs too, but yeah, those are both Mineral Springs. So right over there is part of Mineral Springs, and right over there is part of Mineral Springs, and that's where you can get infused from the Seer up in Mineral Springs. So kind of a cool additional little side path. Cool little factoid of how the world is constructed that I think is neat. And now Spectral Agony doesn't do anything. My understanding is when the game first came out, you could only get one piece of armor infused at a time. And that was tedious. It makes sense that they give you like 5 locations you can be infused, though. You can be infused here, you can be infused in Mineral Springs. You can be, I believe you can be infused in Abaddon's Mouth. And you can also be infused in the Ring of Fire Island Chain. Each tier of infusion does slowly decrease how effective Spectral Agony is. So there is some merit to doing it piecemeal. But obviously that's just exceedingly tedious to actually get a full set of infused armor, let alone multiple in that circumstance. So I, for one, am glad that they changed how it worked to the entire armor set that you're wearing. So, if you're coming from the alternate route, and you can kind of see it on the map, you can turn in right here to go up to where the seer is. But you can also ignore that and just go over here, which leads up this way and comes to this from the south instead of the north. So that's an alternative path. Acolyte Jin. Trying to click on Morgan. I usually find myself running around here. Ooh, a Mersat token. Those are a good source of glittering dust. Okay, let's go run around grabbing some loot here. Ah, this geometry is a little annoying. Good. And let's grab this 107 gold coins. Actually, let's start a couple of... Start a Spirit of Shadow Song of Pain. Getting in the fight here. I'm gonna go grab these gold coins. Ah, yes. You never know 100% what geometry is going to be pathable until you start pathing it. Oh, wow. Marcus is dead already, apparently. You know, just straight up. Thank you for the skill point. Do I have THK in my mission missions list? No. Hang on 1 second. Zaishin mission is Gate of Madness. Right then. The bounty is a Lord Jadoth. Sounds like a Mersat boss. The Vanquisher's Archjock Ward. Yeah, Jadoth is in the city of Torqua. That's in the domain of Anguish. I see. Well, we're not worrying about that then. Ah. Right then. Good moment to run some ads and clear out my inventory. Jawbones. Could use some of this junk. Okay, I know I can put the holiday stuff away, so revise things. I'm gonna salvage some of these. Actually, I want to salvage the jawbones and teeth. Cool. Put this stuff away then. And ID, whatever this is. Maybe it'll be highly salvageable. Nope, improved sale value. That works too. That works too. Although I noticed its improved sale value is less than the sale value of this longbow. It's Rec 4 though, so that makes sense. Must have dropped off of a white mantle or something. I think they're probably pretty typically... While I'm here... Whoops, this way. Yeah, heal party. Let's grab Prot Spirit. Guardian. And... Aegis. Okay. Thinking about this mission some. We have a senator apparently. Thinking about this mission some. Ooh, lots of people are hanging out. Fun. Probably lots of people AFKing for Winter's Day and just hanging out. There's I'll probably be doing that after the stream. Some is setting up a character. I might talk about it towards the end of the stream. Okay, so let's not get distracted too much. I'm just gonna need to do the defense mission and protect his whatever you want to call him. Protect the guy from the things. Let's just go more channeling. And just do Signet of Spirits here. There's not going to be a whole lot of groups of enemies, so... I feel like Warmonger's weapon it could be kind of interesting. I want Bloodsong as well. I feel like a lot of the numbers on some of these support skills like this are just a little underwhelming. Painful Bond is probably the best choice here. Or maybe something like you move like a dwarf or vampirism. I could also see an argument for like a remove hex or something, because there are going to be a decent number of hexes flying about. Spells you cast with an earshot of a spirit recharge 25% faster. I don't know how good this is. Maybe I should try it. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's ghostly haste it up. I'm feeling spicy. Actually, some other options include this Dwarven Black Powder Mine. You know, I'm going to be even spicier. I'm going to bring a Dwarven Black Powder Mine. If that's not spicy, I don't know what is. Okay, time for THK. Or THK. THK used to be the bane of players' existences. I remember coming into this mission and being... And, like... If you were anything but a monk, you could not find a party because everybody was everything but a monk. But if you were a monk, you would have, like, requests to join your party a mile long. Because everybody wanted a monk to join their party. And it's just like, yeah, you'd have so many party join requests. Excuse me, I really needed some water there. Hey, Zenmai. Aha! They got black powder minded. Also, ow, my face. I do not, to be clear, generally consider this a particularly good skill. But it seemed amusing to run, so I am. There. Taken care of. Zen might have another one of these. And less junk on you. Like, this seems like a pretty sweet skill, right? If target ally attacks a foe is not attacking, that foe is interrupted. It sounds sweet. Screw you and your giant stomp. Grr. Giant stomp is such an annoying skill. Not actually gonna do much to these rangers. Maybe interrupt Landry's arrows or a trolling Ewan, but I have a set path that I always take when I'm clearing the city. I don't know why, but it's just the way that I like to go through it. Well, behold, my spirit of Bloodsong and friends. Alice, I want you to have some health. I suspect I need to get some runes for this character, General Morgan. Can't get anywhere. Now I still have Brace Yourself on General Morgan, don't I? He'll help with some of the giant stomps, I guess, technically. Black Powder Mine's a weird skill to use. Okay, let's go fight some... Actually, let's pre-raise a couple of spirits. Get them into position. I'm gonna give this to Zenmai in case she can interrupt a giant stomp or something. I suspect that Melandria arrows got giant stomped. Pretty sure giant stomp just does not care. It knocks everything down. Ha! I got my Black Powder Mine off. Wow, that Doliac Master went down super quick. Probably Mindburn's fault. Fruitcake. What's the energy gain on this one? 5. I think that might be able to go to 6 with enough stats, but I'm not sure on that. Good job, Zenmai. Although it might just be Acolyte Jin. She's got like 3 interrupts on her bar too. Yeah. We cleared the city, by the way. Now we have to clear the fort up here. In order to get inside, we need a certain Dwarven king to open the gate. So he has to claim this resource. Standard fare, you know. I just want to heal Zenmai. Let's get this black powder mine up. That might be useful. King Giles, please stop health degenning. Yeah, I know, you're gonna giant stomp at me. Appreciate it if you didn't, but bit of an inevitability, unfortunately. There's Dagnar Stonepate. Easy to forget that he's the one who killed Prince Rurik, but he is. Wow. Some of these groups just kind of collapse. Yeah. Yeah, Mind Burn just does so much damage. It really does. Oh good, Giant Stomp got stopped. Heh. Yep, nope. Warmonger's weapon definitely stopped some minions from being raised in that fight. We need to just clear out this whole fortress, so I'm just going to go after Dagnar now. Because it gives us a better angle. Yeah, these guys' use of Crippling Anguish is really annoying. But if we take these guys out from this angle, it's just going to be a little bit easier on us. Because we're going to have slightly less aggro. Typically, I've come up through here and cleared things out kind of like that, but it invites a lot of side aggro. And it doesn't matter what order you kill all these guys in, you just have to kill them all. So, I will take the Snowman Summoner. Hehehe. Warmonger's weapon, interrupting stuff. I love it. Okay, let's clear out the last of these. Giant Stomp. I can technically like Warmonger's weapon myself too and just wand stuff to interrupt them. I need to remember that. It's a thing I can do. Ooh, I wonder who's going to win, my spirit or the Bone Fiend. I bet you my Bone Fiend's going to win because it steals health. So it's healing itself with every attack, whereas the Bone Fiend's just getting more and more health gen.
You have taken the keep, but your fight is not yet over. The Mursat and their white mantle counterparts are headed this way.
Yep, I know. That's enough of that. You guys chill out here with some spirits. I'm going to go turn some torches on. It's going to take a while for things to break in. Prophecy sometimes has... actually, Guild Wars in general just sometimes has really weird broken geometry. There's an enchanted torch on each side, so you don't need to pick up multiples or anything. Might have been a good idea to do this side first, though, while things are blocked in by the summons. That the not at all suspicious Vizier Klebron had. Oh, I did manage to get it off. Good. Hang on. Yep, they are fighting out there pretty strongly. Okay, that's enough pulling firing levers. Yeah, as people have said, you can see right here these Jade Armor are fighting the Enslaved Frost Giants. These are the ones that I've summoned with the Storm Beacons. Not that it'll tell us whether or not we succeeded in all that business until after they get here, but... those Jade that we summon with the beacons are hostile to everyone, so... that includes... the random wildlife. So they kill a lot of random stuff on their way here, from what I understand. This mission used to be just such a meat grinder. And such a, I don't know, one of those thresholding missions where, like, a lot of people had a really hard time getting through this one back in the day. I don't know. I'm trying to find the right word, because I remember I had some classes in college that were like that, where it's like, oh yeah, this is the class that weeds out the people who aren't going to be able to succeed in this program. CS200, I'm looking at you. But I can't remember the specific term for that. It's really important to remember that at this point in the mission, you are defending King Jalos Ironhammer, and that is your goal. And everything else is secondary to that. If Jalos dies, you lose. End of story. So it's really important to make sure you're paying attention to where King Jalos Ironhammer is, because as it turns out, King Jalos Ironhammer has his own ideas about where he needs to hang out. Oh my goodness, giant stomps. Well, I interrupted Mark of Protection with my wanding. Yeah, right now my goal is to wand him to mimic Daze. You know what? Warmonger's weapon or its counterpart would be really good with Frustration. That sounds like a fun thing to do. No, it's a priority to keep Jalos alive. Sometimes he typically will stay kind of in this back area. But my experience is that he does not stay in that back area. He finds reasons. If enemies get too close, he will aggro on them and fight them. And so he'll, in best case scenario, he spends the entire mission camped out on this wooden thing here, this wooden overlook. In my typical experience, he will spend some amount of time there at the start of the mission, but then later on, he will just happily run off down these ramps and hang out in one ramp and then go to the other one, and it's just awful, and I really wish he wouldn't do that. I don't know. I'm going to put a black powder mine over here. They last 90 seconds, so why not? Maybe it'll catch something. Maybe this white mantle sycophant will run up this side instead of the other. Who knows? Maybe I'll accidentally cast a skill on myself when I meant to put it on an ally. All sorts of things can happen. Jade armor are immune to bleeding. This is one of the things that can be a little bit of a nuisance. There's a bunch of enemies that are just non-fleshy, so they're immune to stuff like bleed. Poison and disease, technically. None of them affect fleshy foes. So Jade armor, mini undead, but not all undead. Some undead are fleshy. Minions, notably, are generally not fleshy, with the exception of... fleshy enemies can't be raised. The flesh golem is therefore fleshy, as you might expect given its name of flesh golem. Nothing else of interest in that regard. Elementals are typically not fleshy. Jinn are typically not fleshy. This whole business makes Sword have some difficulties. Because Sword is... Got him. Sword typically wants fleshy enemies for bleed. Alright, I guess I can put a Spirit of Bloodsong over here. I just wanted to put a black powder mine over there, and I fat fingered the wrong button. Thought I'd keep it so boring these days. Hard mode might make it more interesting, but I need normal mode anyway for my book. I have a book that I'm filling up. We're almost there. We have THK, Ring of Fire, Abaddon's Mouth, and Hell's Precipice left. Golem user manual. I should do those at some point on this character. I don't know how much people want to watch me do a bunch of that over and over again, but oh, it looks like we might finally have some threats showing up. Let's pay attention. Slightest hint of attention. I'm gonna put this up here. I remember getting overwhelmed so often in this part in the past. It's been such a long time since that's ever happened. Such a long time. Oh, that's the second trap. I was thinking, no, isn't there a second trap? And I believe it's just black powder mine for dwarves, but there is one weakness trap that the Ebon Vanguard title track provides at some point. Chrysos the Magnetic. What do you do when an assassin comes for you with a warmonger's weapon and interrupts everything you do? Do. Oh, good. That means we're getting close to being done. Be on your guard. The left hand of Grenth comes for us. We're probably about, yeah, 20 minutes into this mission. Oh, wait. Is that almost done, or is it still a ways away from being done? I don't remember anymore. There's a couple of different markers, marker lines of dialogue, and I don't remember which one that one is. I think there's still one more when we're closer to being done, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, all of my spirits are dead. Let's change that. I mean, there's a group of enemies going up the other side, but they're about to run into my spirits. King friggin' Jealous friggin' Ironhammer himself is here to save us. At least he's at least partially infused. I need to camp His Highness. I don't know what spontaneously made his AI think he needed to run off and fight enemies, but it did. Yeah, no, I think that's like the halfway mark when it says the left hand of Grenth comes for us. Alas. It's so sad, though. This used to be such a hard mission, and now it's just tedious and boring. And that makes me sad. I mean, from a strict safety standpoint, this is a relatively safe place for King Jealous Ironhammer to stand. No, I don't want to stand in your thing. I refuse. I'm going to put a black powder mine over here. It might even do something. Yeah, I'm remembering now. That's like the halfway indicator. Hey, it's doing something. This jade bow just got blinded. I see you, Mersad Elementalist. No, I don't. Wahahaha. Where's King Jealous Ironhammer anyway? Okay, he's kind of up there in the corner still. Look, I'm just trying to collect coin drops. I wish this was more interesting, but it just isn't, unfortunately. Again, this mission used to be such a bottleneck and such a challenging one, but it hasn't been that way in a very long time. I mean, if that jade bow is going to just stand there. Behold, my ballista. They'll regen out of it if they Move. If they move. That Mursat did not move. That Mursat just stayed in the ballista until it died. Pity bull end to the once great foe. Standing in siege equipment. Send my probably Spectral Agony on her. Good moment to do some stretches. Hope everybody's having a nice new year so far. I mean, it's not very long into it yet. I'm playing a game I enjoy for the most part. Except it sends boring missions at me like this that used to be terrifying and hard and difficult. How long have we been here? 28 minutes. It's been another 6 minutes. I'm gonna drink some more water. I do believe that this probably contains all of the challenge it used to in hard mode. If not a bit more. But it's been a very long time since I've kind of done that, so I'm not sure offhand. What I do know is that it would not require much to be a bit more impressive than it is in normal mode right now. Okay, give me this. Thank you. Jade Armor and some Mursat Necromancer. Jade Armors are the melee. Jade Bow are ranged. I'm gonna drop a trap right there. I'm gonna refresh my spirits as well. I did that a bit late to actually catch this guy, but that's okay. I'm not having any energy problems either. Eventually, the what's his face will come for us. Confessor Dorian. If I were doing this with players, I'd probably stick one team here and another team, like a team of 3 to defend. Say, Signet of Spirits, and I don't know, a Mesmer and something else. Like, you don't need much to defend this because you're taking down like maybe 4 enemies at a time, and then have the other team go wandering off into the wilderness to hunt enemies. Yep, King Jealous is over here fighting this Jade Bow now. Excuse me. Yeah, you got mistrusted. I don't know. Given how long the mission is, it's probably a good thing that it's not a huge challenge anymore in order to get through it, in terms of like losing right now in this mission would suck so much. Because we're like half an hour in. And having to restart from the very beginning with being in this far would be really obnoxious. So it's probably a good thing for normal mode that it's not too difficult. I just kind of wish it was a little bit more difficult than this. Also, I summoned all of my spirits while I had weakness on me, and they're a level lower. Kind of annoying. Because the thing is, I'm not taking especially slowly on this mission. It's just I don't know what I can do to speed it up. That's why I'd be interested in sending out hunting party to, like, you know, put a few people here to defend King Jalis. I wouldn't want to do it with heroes, though, because King Jalis, as you have seen, does not know how to stay still, so I couldn't just flag them somewhere. So anyway, I would want to put like a human team here to defend Jalis of like 3 people, and then the other 5 split off and go hunt down whatever they can find. Okay. There we go. That's the final group, Confessor Dorian's group there. And we are 33 minutes into this mission so far. Behold, spirits. Confessor Dorian's group starts out over there and then runs all the way over here. So you can actually catch them in quite a few of the ballista here. That is the final group. Once that's done, you basically end the mission. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. It'll take a little bit before they start moving. I could potentially run out and aggro them. That's not gonna hit from. There they go. Firing the ballista at them seems like a nice way to speed this up, but I think it might actually slow it down. On the basis that I think it might make them stop to heal each other. I'm just going to leave that there. And having them stop to heal each other is obviously undesirable. But they will cross through, like, every one of those ballista's spots for some reason. Like, right now, you could, if you had people, you could have landed several hits on them. Again, I don't think that's especially beneficial, but you can. And the trap goes off. Yeah. Okay, so this is one of the things that I really like that this mission does. At this point, the mission is over. I'm done. I've completed everything that I need to do. But the mission is not over until I talk to Jalis Ironhammer, which means that I can come out here and I can go explore the Shiver Peaks. And I can do... it's very useful for anybody who's trying to map this mission. Then you don't have to worry about King Jalis getting killed by some random stray thing, because there's no more waves of enemies at this point. But here's the Dwarven soldiers. I think these were probably the guys who were pinned down in this little mountainside village. Cool little area over here. I like the fact that they've hidden the ground with mist. Adds to the sense of how high we are. And there's a couple other cool things that you can find around here too. Yeah, so just going to keep pinging King Jalis. So you can see over there, there's some jade armor protecting this this teleporter. I don't know what the deal with that is. I'll be blunt. I really don't. Let's go explore it. This enemy is blinded. Again, as far as I'm aware, King Jalis is perfectly safe at this point, so... The Jade absolutely wreck spirits. Minions too, probably. They have a chance, I think, on critical hit to summon thing. Anyway, this is a prop used in the cutscene that we could see after the mission, and this takes the party. somewhere. Ring of Fire. I'm not entirely sure what the deal with that is. Nice little cave over here. I don't know what this cave is used for. But yeah, so we'll see this in the cutscene. I don't know exactly what the story of this is. It's some sort of portal. We see it used in the cutscenes at the end of this mission. And I can only assume that it's a temporary setup rather than a permanent installation. But it would seem to me that this is a key way that the Jade and enemies are getting here, I'd assume, but I don't know what the deal with it is. I don't know what the tech behind it is, the magical technology or whatever you want to describe it as. I just know that it's there, and it's a teleporter, so kind of an interesting little detail, though. There's the magical beacon on that side, and here's another group of dwarves. So there's a group of dwarves pinned down on each side, and you need to clear you need to light the beacons on both sides in order to get them all safe and sound and heading out and stuff. So I'll actually take a screenshot of this bit right here because this has a nice quaint feel to it to me. Let's unflag these people. I want keep fallback and incoming happening for one thing. So yeah, that's outside Thunderhead Keep. It's a pretty cool map. It'd be neat to have it as an explorable, honestly. But that's true for a lot of Prophecies mission maps. That's one of the things that I really like about Factions and Nightfall especially, because Nightfall did it even better than Factions, is making the missions into explorables that you can then go do stuff in. Okay. King Jealous Ironhammer. We could probably go back if we wanted to and explore some of these Avocera areas as well. But I'm just going to... This is the bonus. You completed the bonus objective. You get 1,000 experience points. And then it will launch into the cutscene for the end and give me the mission 1,000 experience and skill point. I'm going to let this cutscene play so you can see the teleporter that I was mentioning. But Vizier Kilbron has joined us now. And just spawns some more White Mantle for some reason. Or Stone Summit, excuse me.
Not even death will save you from my wrath. If you will allow me this indulgence, King Ironhammer, perhaps the Confessor can still be of some use to us.
This was always kind of a cool moment. At least I thought it was when the game first came out.
Give me the opportunity for revenge. This is just as it was written in the Flameseeker Prophecies. An opening will be given to the disciples of the Unseen. The peaks and valleys of the Shiver Peaks will be painted in blood. At this time, the ascendants will rise, and the way to the door will be clear. The time of our judgment is near. We must prepare.
Kind of wish that at some point we'd been given the text of the Flameseeker Prophecies. Even if it was just throwaway dialogue. In something in like pre-searing, or if it's something that you could find in post-searing or something. I would like to know what the full text of it actually is supposed to be. We get lots of bits and pieces of it, and I think Flint might recite it to us at the end.
Today's was a great
But it'd be neat
victory.
to have some foreshadowing.
But now, your true challenge begins. You must go to the Ring of Fire Island chain. In the caldera of the largest volcano, you will find the power you need.
The Ring of Fire? A more treacherous land interior there is not.
True enough, but that is where we will find the door of Komali. Behind it lies the secret to defeating the Mursat.
You're a brave lot, but you'll not make it past the beachhead.
Not without some dwarven help. I will go with them.
Droknar, do you know what you are saying?
Yes, brother.
A mission to the Ring of Fire would be suicide.
Then may we meet each other in the afterlife.
Through this portal awaits your destiny. Do not let it linger. Seize that which you were born to do.
Yeah, and this is the portal that we saw.
Until we are reunited in the Great Forge.
Go with honor, my brother. Fight bravely in the name of Deldrimor.
Yep, and theoretically, that portal takes us, you know,
It won't be long now.
over to the
Not
Emberlight
long
Camp
at
area.
all.
But then the Undead Lich and Mystery Boss, Spoilers Boss, or whatever they call it on the wiki, step through the portal, so I'm not quite sure what's up with that. I'm not sure where this takes us or how any of that stuff is supposed to work. Furthermore, while we've got this rad skull pile rock formation hanging out in the middle of this place, I don't see anything about what that portal is. I wasn't paying enough attention to the cutscene to know what they were talking about. But anyway, I think it's interesting that you can find the portal there and all of that business. Okay, time to clear out my inventory. So you know what that means. It's an ad break. Hey, thanks for the follow. Alrighty, how many... Ooh, I have an unidentified Mersat garment. Ooh. Anchorite is the monk one. Let's go to the Imperial Isle here. Yeah, I'll take all those. I'm gonna need new kits and stuff. Really salvageable, eh? 38's pretty salvageable, yeah. Bone staff. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is not the most exciting equipment. Right then, time for some new kits. It's interesting the little habits we can build up, isn't it? I always arrange things in specific orders and whatnot. Wonder if it's still worth it to be salvaging these bones. I don't know. Ooh, we are full up on wood. Do I want to sell off that thing of wood, or do I want to make space for it over here? I think I just want to sell it. It's easy enough to get wood. I need to make sure I'm... Okay, I want to double check to make sure wood hasn't randomly gone up in value. Because it may have. You never know. Probably not. Nope, it's way too common to have gone up in value. That's what I thought. Okay, so I'm going to sell off this thing of wood. The merchant. Gives me a nice cool plat for it. Okay. Let's check out some of these runes. Rune Trader. Anchorite is the monk one. It's so amusing to me. Monk, this is 230 gold. Okay. And it's +5 armor while recharging 1 skill, an additional +5 while recharging 3, and an additional +5 while recharging 5. Mesmer, Prodigy, the exact same effect is worth platinum more, and it's just so funny that so interesting that that's the case. Yeah, attunement rune is worth something. Anchorite's is not because it's not Prodigy. If it was Prodigy, it's worth way more than attunement. But well, I gotta keep the thing, so I'm just going to get the cloth out of this. Okay, that's everything identified. Let's go and sell it off. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely because Mesmer is super popular. And monks have been getting pushed out for Rit heals and like Soul Twist and Rit heals for a while now, from what I understand, in terms of at least how meta works. I'm not like the most in touch with meta, but okay, yeah, he doesn't have any runes and I want to change that. Okay. Paragon. I'm gonna give him superior command prowess. I do also find it interesting that Centurions is worth so much. So I don't think of that as being as popular. But I don't know. I guess a lot of people must make something with Paragons. But it's just interesting to me that like Paragon runes are generally pretty cheap except for Centurions. So also, hello Stubbs. Hope you're having a good new year so far. And now General Morgan will be able to command us with his commanding command prowess, and I need to stop having that on my bar. His bar. You know what I mean. Are there any skills that I can think of that I specifically want to try to capture while I'm here? I'll inevitably want to capture stuff later and come back, but I think for now I'm just going to press forward. Maybe with less. Yeah. I wish Paragons were a little bit better too. Okay, I'm going to stop trying to Warmonger's weapon. It's a cool skill, but a little awkward. Well, I'm glad I can provide you one to enjoy. Splinter weapon. I should bring splinter weapon. You know what I kind of want to do? Is I kind of want to run destruction with Rupture Soul. Maybe I should just run Rupture Soul. I'm going to just run Rupture Soul. I don't know that that's a good idea, but I feel like it. Is there anybody that I want to change right now? I don't think so. The big thing I'm going to need to worry about is... Hang on. I want to try something. Yes, this. I want to try this. You know what? Let's do that substitute. See how that goes. Alrighty. So one of the things that I learned like a day or two ago was that these say ally. These make allies. These don't say non-spirit ally. So that's unexpected. And yet here we are. I'm just going to preemptively get those up. We are currently needing to kill inner council members of the White Mantle. Argyle is Socks, I guess. Argyle, Boulevard, and Cuthbert. So it says, since Confessor Dorian's death, the White Mantle is like a snake without its head. It still writhes and strangles the peoples of Tyria, but it has no eyes with which to see, no teeth with which to bite. Unfortunately, they still have their so-called unseen masters to assist them. Members of the White Mantle's inner council are meeting with the Mersat, in secret, or so they think. We need to get in there and take out all 3 members of the inner council. Think you can handle it? Ooh, baby, we have Yeah, this is what happens here. There's a bunch of patrols, so you just aggro everything. And I mean everything. Also, I wasn't paying attention to my spirits and they all just died. So that's great. There. Who needs a Spirit of Bloodsong hanging out? Oh no, I need a Spirit of Bloodsong hanging out so that way I could use it. Okay, whatever. We'll be fine now. There we go. Blow up my spirits properly. Sheesh. Maybe Rupture Spirit is a bad idea. Oh well. Hey, Ether Seal. I don't want you here. Well, the council members are this way, so I'm going to go this way. I could go around, but there's not much reason to do that. Aha! White Mantle Priest is hanging out here. Can't have that. The skill seems more awkward to actually use than I thought it would be. It's definitely got some utility, though. If your spirits are getting attacked to death, it allows you to, instead of having them be attacked to death, kill things? Yeah, we got ourselves. What does this guy do? He uses lava font. I don't know. I don't know what his boss elite is. It might be Obsidian Flesh, actually. Because I do believe that Obsidian Flesh was used here. Migraines. Why? What? Suddenly just hurt us all. Well, sure. I guess we can fight some hydras and stuff. That's cool. Ooh, fruitcake. Okay, a few more white mantle to get through, and then we can go fight the inner council members, who are pretty lame, realistically speaking. That's funny. Summon my spirits in, immediately run out of excuse me, I'm gonna blow up a spirit here. What's the word I'm looking for? I lost it. Oh well. Man, the double cast time with migraine is really kind of brutal. Get over here, inner council members. See, the main purpose of blowing up my spirits like that is because it causes them to inflict a lot of blind. which I find quite handy. I'm not sure how much Anthem of Disruption is doing. I suddenly realized that I didn't think my spirits were in a spot where they're actually able to do anything there. Okay, Captain Grumby. Ahoy there! I'm Captain Grumby. And not that I'm proud of it, but the man will pay the coin to keep my mouth shut and my boat docked unless I say otherwise. What can I help you with? I'm impressed. You destroyed the inner council like you were swatting a fly. Your bravery inspires me. I'll accept no more of the mantle's coin. Take me to the Ring of Fire Island chain. I couldn't. They would burn my home and stuff my spirit in one of those evil statues. Help us and we'll make sure you aren't harmed. Well, you did just kill 3 of the inner council members without so much as breaking a sweat, which is quite impressive considering there is active volcanic activity here. You've changed my mind. I'll serve the White Mantle no longer. Let me know when you want to go. Such a strange character there. Anyway, he takes us over to here, the Ring of Fire. I think his boat is docked over there. That's where he came from, and that's where we're docked now. A little watchtower platform. I like the texture for the Mersat architecture. It has such a neat look to it. Such an kind of an otherworldly appearance, and I rather enjoy that. And here's Jake King. Nyekikaj. Who's our friendly neighborhood merchant. I want to know what the story of this NPC is. I feel like usually they, for lack of a better phrase, try a little bit harder with some of those, but... Bravo! The White Mantle won't soon recover from a blow like that. Excellent work. Ah, prophecies. Your quest rewards are mediocre. I kind of want to change. Yeah, let's use Gaze from Beyond instead. I like that effect. Splinter Weapon is probably a decent choice. But I find myself wanting to explore other options. You know what? I'm going to put on Great Dwarf Weapon because I feel like that's also a really ridiculous skill. At some point, I want to mess around with really silly skill bars, but I don't think this is that point just yet. I mean, these are fairly silly skill bars to some extent at some places. Or not silly, but you know what I mean. I do want to keep trying this Anthem of Disruption thing out. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and continue on. But I want to do like Grenth's Grasp, Sword Warrior, and things like that. Droknar Ironhammer is unsavable. Water's delicious. Random aside. Actually, I do want this minion panel open. It's really useful for knowing which of my spirits are alive and which aren't. 20 seconds times 13 times 0.04. 1.04. This is 50% longer. This is like a 30-second duration. That seems pretty good. And also something I should be putting on Acolyte Jin. And General Morgan when it recharges. Again, we're talking a chance of, like a 40% chance of inflicting knockdown. That seems pretty strong. Ow. These things can be kind of a pain to fight through. I might try the front door, though. I feel like spirits might be able to kind of help with some of the stuff that can make that rough. It's interesting. I feel like we would get PvE only skills specifically for fighting the Mersat had that been a concept at the time when Prophecies was made. I mean, this is also just straight up plus 20 damage. I like the Virtuous. I like to go around up here because if you go around down there, you get attacked by a bunch of random junk. You still get attacked by some random junk, apparently. Even if you're not trying to. Do I have Jin or... Acolyte Jin I have on aggressive. That makes sense. Kind of. Smoking remains. That's a heck of a term. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go around. I think you can travel through there. I'm gonna go... Hey, thanks for the subscription. I think I'm gonna go around, Moist Midget. How'd you come up with your username? Kind of an interesting one. Kind of an interesting question in general. How did anybody come up with your username? Mine was a random word, basically, in a role-playing thread for a name of a character on the now-defunct warboards.org forums, which I hung out at for the purposes of StarCraft 1 modding. Alrighty. Ancient Seer. I want your challenge. I want to be given your challenge. How do I phrase this? Talk to me. Tell me about... we meet again. I have tracked another Eidolon to this location. It feasts on the arcane energies of the Mersat Towers. It lurks underground, wallowing in the residual magic. But if the towers were destroyed, the creature would reveal itself. Destroy the Eidolon and bring me its essence. Wallow. What a fun word. It conjures a very interesting image. Wallows underground is kind of an odd phrase, though. Hey, Frick Mallet. Sometimes the boss names are really silly. But I enjoy that about this game. Oh man. I hope we get some crazy volley knockdowns. Oh yeah. Oh man, did you see how often that guy was getting knocked down? Man, I've been criminally underusing Great Dwarf Weapon. Good old RuneScape. I didn't really play RuneScape much. I tried it briefly. I certainly appreciate the community that it is able to create. I think is really cool. Well, I mean, I'll take that instant recharge and throw it on General Morgan. Yeah. Okay, this Aether Seal is going down at an acceptably quick rate. I think Acolyte Jin, or not Acolyte Jin, as targeting Acolyte Jin. Zenmai was getting body blocked by this chest. It's a fun skybox. Yes, I know. So the cutscene I just skipped, which takes us down a few steps. You can see the slight skip in the map right there. It's just the Vizier talking about how the ether towers there are preventing his powers from working properly, and how maybe we should go around. We're not gonna go around. I don't think. I'm going to try going through, because going around is very painful and tedious in its own right. And I'm not altogether convinced that it's easier. Especially back in the day when incendiary arrows was a preparation that made your attacks interrupt. So you'd constantly be getting interrupted. And it was absolutely brutal. Just absolutely brutal, because you get set on fire and interrupted, and there's a bunch of spiders in there that would do that. So they would just slam your party with stuff, and it was rough. Okay, let's try to take this out. Oh, it's gonna. Well, I wanted to get that up on Jin. Ether Seals are the #1 priority. They have the horrendous debuff of pain that they inflict. We seem to be doing a pretty good job of powering through this stuff. Let's pull back. The ether towers drain energy really badly, so I want to pull back and let characters' energy recover from the ether tower. Let's get my spirits back up. There we go. Cleared out that ether seal. In order to do the bonus, we have to clear out these 2 ether towers, as well as the one there and the one there. Then the Eidolon will spawn, but that'll allow me to be able to get another set of armor infused and all that good stuff. So I'm gonna slap this on Zenmai while I pick stuff up. That way I can get it back up on all my... This front part is not too bad. It's once you get inside that things... Ow. Well, that was unfortunate. Really become painful. Because you have to kind of get around these guys, and it's a narrow doorway here that kind of forces you to be in both of them, so it's just kind of rough. Do I have a bow? I mean, I could grab the one off of Acolyte Jin, but that's not, strictly speaking, what I would consider ideal. Yeah, see, that's the issue. Okay, pull back. Okay, I need everyone to kind of pull back here. General Morgan especially, because General Morgan I know has a resurrect. Thunderclap. Okay, Acolyte Jin, I definitely want to make sure I'm trying to get weakness off of, because that's a nuisance. General Morgan, you can get this too. Okay, let's take out this Mersat. This is the spot where it's just super easy to get kind of overwhelmed. And like I said, because you're coming at the Ether Seals from the wrong direction, they you have to kind of walk through them to get to a point where you can actually damage them. So okay, he has Death Pact Signet on him, which is kind of a big deal. I will want to take a moment to let my character's various energy pools recover. Okay, to let Acolyte Sasuke's energy pool recover. We've taken out some of the initial threat here. The important thing is making sure that as I pull or go through here, I do so in a way that doesn't get my party, doesn't get anyone with a resurrect like completely wiped. So I do need to be careful here about that, because I don't have a resurrect. And these Ether Seals look like they're facing this way. They're not. Okay, that's bad. Let's pull back. Yeah, Acolyte Sasuke got wrecked. General Morgan should have We Shall Return. I can use that. And Elias also has a resurrect, so that's important. Acolyte Jin, come back to guard mode. We can take out some of these White Mantle. Or not White Mantle, Mersat. Oh, Acolyte Sasuke, you are standing in the wrong place, my friend. Okay. Slowly taking care of things. What might actually be better, if a bit tricky to do. Where's Talcora? Okay, there's a Jade Bow. I'm gonna move my spirits more in range. Okay, everyone in general needs to make their way over here. If we can pull the rest of these guys out, it will be more feasible. One of the things that's really killing them badly right here is the tower's mind shocking, which is hitting very hard. I'm just going to get some new spirits up. The front door has always been a challenge. If I wanted to do this better, I would want more rangers. Again, you can see the effects of the mind shocks that the Ether Towers have, which is hugely painful. Yeah, especially with where Acolyte Sasuke is at in HP. Okay, we've cleared out enough of the Mersat at this point, though, that I think we can actually run to the other side, which will allow us to be able to combat this stuff a little bit better. So I'm actually going to try flagging my heroes over there. Okay, this is a better direction to engage from, because the ether seals are facing this way, which means that we can actually get hits in on them from this direction, whereas we cannot get ranged attacks from the other direction because they're not facing this way. That makes sense. Let's renew my spirits. Killing this will be a good way of dealing with some of these hexes. This is using life transfer, which will not stay around once it dies. Like, again, the Mersat themselves aren't the huge problem here. They are in combination with the pressure from the ether seals an issue, but... And ether seals themselves aren't a huge problem. It's when they have the energy degen and have a bunch of Mersat support. So like, there's a lot of stuff that comes together to make that front door area quite dangerous. I'm just going to renew these, give Acolyte Jin a reapplication of this, and let's go after this ether seal. Because the real problem here, of course, is that you can't heal very effectively when you don't have any energy. And if you can blitz the things down, it's not a huge problem, but... The Eidolon is not going to be an issue, though. Okay, I'm going to go take that back for the bonus, but our lovely friend here, Coventine, the matron, has decided to fight us, so we're going to oblige. Okay, good. Gotten those cleared out. Now I just need to take this back on a long walk. That was not actually too bad in terms of going through the front door. 19 minutes on the map so far. It's difficult to do that super cleanly. Again, part of the things that complicate going in through the... Oh my goodness, my map is zoomed in. Through the front door there is the... that very first part is not too bad. And if you have a ranger, you can actually sit on the ledge and kind of just shoot arrows at the ether seals until they pop for the front ones. But it's that inner one where you have a bunch of Mersat and Jade combined with a very narrow choke point that you're going through, and the ether seals, two of them overlapping kind of in that entrance area, which double applies their effect, like at a double rate, which really just drains your energy super fast. And then the seals themselves are on the opposite side of the pillar. So even though the ring effect that denotes the seal's location rotates to face you, that's not actually the seal. And so what's actually happening is the seal is you're being obstructed with all of your ranged attacks. So it can be a royal pain to kind of get through those, which is why kind of what I ended up doing was clearing out the Mersat that was in there and then running through. And I think that long-term is a better strategy. I'm going to switch my armor around because I will be getting infused here. I want to put on this communing hat, I think. Yeah, probably. Actually... No, let's put on this restoration hat. Channeling hat. Yeah, channeling hat. There we go. Now all this stuff is infused as well. I can use that to use the set to have stronger Signal Spirits, but honestly, I'm okay with Signal Spirit. here, and I want the slightly stronger spawning power to make this last longer. I'm going to switch back to the set, but that's the bonus. The nice thing about getting the bonus there is you do get a bunch of experience points, which does help to erase some of the death penalty you might accrue going through the front door. And, like, to be clear as well, for those who are unfamiliar, the front door has you go through here, and it's a gauntlet. To get to this place the other way, you have to travel across, is it here? And, like, through a bunch of caves, around some lava fields, and, like, all the way to get to the back. So it's a super long hike. Lots of enemies in there. And quite the nuisance. I'm going to wait a moment for all my heroes to accumulate themselves back together. I kind of got separated during that. That trek through the lava. I should use some of these wandering moments to identify and salvage stuff. No. Pointless mods. Excellent. I'm going to get a lot of dust from some of these things. This truncheon is probably full of iron. And lava spitters are really annoying enemies, and you have to contend with some fire magic imps that can one-shot your party with, like, mine burn and rod gorts if you're not careful, and all those sorts of things. Good old Raven Staff. Whenever I see those, I think excellent source of wood. As they are. I don't know why this bridge is not on the map. Random aside. Oh man, those knockdowns are sweet. I really was criminally underutilizing this as a buff on heroes. But I forgot to push the button. There's a lever over here that opens that gate, and I forgot that I didn't push it after taking out the boss, Coventina the Matron, and fighting the Eidolon and stuff. Alrighty. Now the door's open, and we can enter. The back door leads you in over here, and then you can come over here and get stuff that way. You can still do the bonus by opening the front door, going around the back and coming in the back way, and it's probably just as... It's less dangerous on that part, but the other parts are still going to be kind of brutal. But I think Jin probably benefits from that most initially. Just the idea of volley knocking people down potentially is really sweet. Get out of here, Mersat Mesmer. Ooh, we just have the boss left. It's the recharge that's part of what makes this so sweet as well. Hooray! Probably won't do the bonus on the next one, because it takes you way out of the way. I believe you can get infused over there, too.
Do not grieve for the fallen. They have passed into the next life.
And there's Droknar.
Somewhere in the rift, deep within the great forge, Droknar Ironhammer begins his long journey to the Hall of Heroes.
That's a really interesting bit of lore.
Godspeed on your journey, brave dwarf. May the heroes of old call out your name when you join their company.
Droknar has given us a gift. The gift of his life. Let us not squander it.
Like, from a lore
The
standpoint,
prophecy is upon us. We make for the teeth of Abaddon's mouth, for the door of Komali.
so he's basically saying Droknar Ironhammer would end up in the Great Forge. From there, he would make his way to the Hall of Heroes. So that's implying that the Great Forge is a location, and it's implying that there are other locations, but that the ultimate goal for some number of characters is to fight their way into the Hall of Heroes. And I think that's really interesting in both like what it implies about the arrangement of the mists, as well as like what it says about the beliefs and all that sort of stuff. That like the Great Forge is a place where people, where dwarves can end up. But it's kind of like if I don't know what's the best sort of a metaphor. Like if people said, "Oh, you end up in Valhalla, and from there you make your way to the grand tournament to win the favor of the gods in, I don't know, some sort of Elysium or something." I'm not super well versed on all of the mythologies. Or maybe it'd be even better, like, you know, end up in Hades and have to make your way up to Ragnarok or something. I don't know. But none of them really make for great comparisons, but you get the basic idea of like it's an interesting implication of what they're doing with some of the lore there. Yeah. After several additional battles, the remaining leaders of the White Mantle lost both their power and their lives. According to the Vizier, all that now remained was to destroy the Mersat's great weapon, the Door of Komali. Nestled deep within Abaddon's mouth, the largest volcano in the Ring of Fire Islands, the door is guarded by highly trained Mersat, led by the Mersat's most powerful generals. In addition, the area is protected by traps, magically shielded walls, and a large number of enchanted golems. In fact, the defenses are so strong, we are forced to push our way into their territory little by little and establish a solid foothold from which to launch our final attack. Sadly, Droknar Ironhammer was lost in the initial assaults. Now we rest before the attack on the stronghold at Abaddon's mouth. I'm trying to think of how I might want to change my party potentially for this one, or if I do. I've been fairly happy with it overall, quite honestly. But I might want to tweak some stuff. I'm not sure how much this has been doing or not. I think I prefer... Actually, I think I prefer Never Surrender. Let's throw that on. That'll help with some of the areas where we can get vaguely overwhelmed. I don't really have any hex control especially either, which is... I think I might have a cure... Nope, I don't have a cure hex. I do... The only thing I do about hexes is nothing. Okay, I literally do nothing about hexes. I think I might change around Zenmai a little bit. I've certainly seen a few ticks of the Power is Yours on me, but I think I can do better. in terms of what I'm doing with her. But before I look into all of that, I think I'm going to take a quick break. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes. See you in a moment or two. Or a couple minutes, yeah. Sometimes I don't know how to outro properly for a break. And it comes out all awkward. And I keep talking when I had properly concluded the thought. It happens to all of us. Okay, BRB. Okay, I am back. Now, I was wanting to change her up. There's a couple of reasons why. One, I kind of want Hexbreaker Area on her. The others is I'm not entirely sure those other skills were doing that much in the first place. So let's drop that. Like, I want someone to have Hexbreaker. I think I like General Morgan where he is, too, is the thing. I could potentially give it to Talcora. I'd have to drop something, though. I overall like what she's doing. I could tweak him to give him it as well, but I feel like Zenmai is the best candidate for it, so I'm going to give it to her. I don't know if I want anything from Command. I don't really think so. Other considerations are motivation itself doesn't have a ton of options necessarily. Or nothing that I feel like I especially need anyway. Golden Skull Strike has some use. Battering Assault has some use. I'm trying to think about what the Mersat do as well. Deadly Arts. Or Shadow Arts. Do either of these have things I want? Let's see. Deadly Arts is Shroud of Silence. That, yeah. All of your spells are disabled. Target touch foe cannot cast spells for a couple of seconds. That doesn't seem... I don't know. For some reason, this just strikes me as just worse than Golden Skull Strike or Temple Strike. Why do they make Mark of Insecurity have to be so... Like, why doesn't it say all of your non-assassin spells are disabled for 10 seconds or something like that? I don't know. I'm just not especially fond of the way that they implemented that. I could alternatively just give her, like, expel hexes or something. But I think I like Hexbreaker Aria better. Just kind of like a random thing. I could just give her, like, Palm Strike or something. Or Way of the Assassin? I don't know, let's just go with Way of the Assassin. And yeah, that all but guarantees critical hits happening. So maybe a good last skill is critical defenses. For those defenses. Or something else could be good. I don't mind a disrupting dagger. Let's just do a disrupting dagger. It's a pretty straightforward interrupt skill. I don't know. It's slightly less healing for the party. I don't think that's going to be a huge deal. I kind of want to drop Gaze from Beyond or just honestly Painful Bond. Let's roll with this and see how this goes. I think it should be fine. Let's Abaddon's Mouth it up. Oh, I dropped some frames at some point in there. Insignificant number overall, but I like these burnt out trees. There's a lot of space to explore in a lot of these Prophecies maps, and I really wish they had been made into explorable zones as well. I know I've kind of indicated that, but it still would be really cool. Normally, Quickening Zephyr would be terrible, but we have this Chimera of Intensity that makes spells cheaper. So it's not kind of what it comes down to. Your skills recharge 50% faster, cost 50% less energy. Your spells cost you 50% less energy, and your movement speed is increased by 50%. It's very good. You can get a lot of push in with it. Yeah, Painful Bond just adds a lot of damage. Chimera of Intensity also adds a lot of damage, to be fair. I see you back there. Whee! Sure, Acolyte Sasuke can have a great Dwarf Hammer. Why not? It's not who I meant to target, but he can use it just as well as anyone. Actually, that's not entirely true, but he can use it fine. Bonus is down that way, but I'm not really wanting to go all the way down there. Need to rein in Zenmai's AI. She doesn't need to be running all the way around to get down there. bit of a trek. Yeah, you can see how much damage we get out of Painful Bond. It's silly. Yeah, there's 105 gold coins down there. It's probably not worth it to go pick them up, but I'm going to go pick them up. But I really want to. Oh, that guy stopped being a problem. Ooh, I've got spirits killing things over there, too. How convenient. Heh. This part can be a little annoying because you need to bust a couple of ether seals open. And there's a lot of enemies to aggro right here. Including a couple of bosses. Hey, may I interest you in fighting in my fine arena of champions? Yeah, now we need to pull people up this way, because what's happening is we need to battle these dudes, but the heroes are all in the wrong area for doing that. The good news is Signet of Spirits is free because it's a Signet for some reason. I have a 25 energy binding ritual in communing where it feels like it belongs to me. Your mileage may vary. I need to remember Acolyte Jin has volley and give her the thing first. Okay, so man, the Mersat really figured out how to build with magma. Whatever the substance is, it can survive lava, which is pretty impressive. I think magma is when it's underground and lava is when it's above ground. I remember at one point in time, if you killed this Mersat early enough, these Jade armor wouldn't wake up, but they've changed that, so that's no longer the case. Because it's like the idea is it had to go wake them up. It's kind of cool. But I guess made things too easy or something. Just renew everything. There's a bunch of bosses that show up in this mission too that you have to go way off to the side to go get. Way over this way. Yeah, those things are not going to hang around long when we have Chimera of Intensity on us. I was right that those things were about to wear off. Oops, didn't mean to hit that button. That's okay. Wow, my spirits got absolutely wrecked by Spectral Agony there. I see you trying to run away. Can't hide. I know you're there. Hey, Ether Seal. It's a 5-second recharge. And you died before it could. What does that even mean? I feel like there's a lot of momentum in this mission, in part created by the Chimera of Intensity, that really is like, go, 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 go. Especially after the last mission, and I don't know, I feel like a lot of these later missions have a lot of that sort of intensity to them. A lot of forward velocity. It's an interesting effect of pacing. And the Chimera of Intensity mechanically really emphasizes that sort of sense of pushing forward as well, I think. Okay. Need to worry about Thunderclap, which is an interrupt. Therefore annoying. Well, Will of the Unpleasant got absolutely wrecked by Great Dwarf Weapon there. Optimus Caliph kind of didn't as much, but... we get one more dose, I guess, of the Chimera up here. It was always fun. Ooh, I almost have a skill point. 98 experience points left. I know. 44 experience points left. 98 skill points possessed. I can math. Usually. But not apparently in this instance. Actually, I was just looking at the wrong thing. This part you have to be a little careful on. It is quite possible to get very overwhelmed here if you are not. I've definitely had that happen. One of the reasons why is there are Mersat reinforcements that will spawn here. I have discovered that these are a limited number. But they can be quite the problem if they kind of catch you unawares. So just be aware of them. Yeah, we've got some coming up behind us now. Like I said, these are a limited spawn count. I don't know quite how many there are, but it is a limited supply. So if you kill them all, they will stop spawning. Okay, there's another one. Let's give my spirits a bit of a chance. Spectral Agony definitely wrecks spirits pretty hard. And they come from both directions as well. Wow, that chain lightning hurt. A lot. It might be a limited number per seal as well. On that front, I'm not entirely sure. Look, I don't need to auto attack. I'm a ritualist. The mission isn't actually won when we break this last ether seal. But it definitely gets substantially advanced. There we go. That opens the door of Kamali, which connects to the Foundry Failed Creations in the Realm of Torment. So that's fun. I'd like to see that backside at some point in time, but I need to learn how to actually do stuff in DOA, because I tried poking my nose in there the other day, and I got absolutely wrecked. Yes, the big reveal. The Vizier was secretly the undead lich the entire time, and now he's being murdered by my spirits. Hooray!
Yield to the scepter.
Yeah, whatever. Excuse me. That was pretty straightforward. Okay. Hell's Precipice takes place in the exact same location that mission just ended, with an open door of Kamale in this lovely little area. I'm probably going to actually drop Great Dwarf Weapon here, because I think a lot of the enemies are immune to knockdown, which makes it a bit less appealing as a tactic. I'm probably going to also drop Zenmai. For the simple reason that I don't really want a character running off into the front lines. That seems like a reasonable decision to make, I think. And this stuff is just salvageable. Okay, and let's go visit our merchant friend. I'll need to figure out how I want to run this specifically. I might just make myself Soul Twist, honestly. Because a Soul Twist really helps here. A lot. Okay, I don't really feel like I need a Fire Elementalist. I'm also going to kick Sasuke. Actually, let's just leave this party and reconstitute it from whole cloth. Is it Master of Whispers? Grab. What's Dunkoro doing? Okay, Dunkoro ain't doing much of anything in particular. Ogden. Yeah, I'll grab you. I don't need what Acolyte Jin is doing. Probably just want some Mesmer. Mesmer is good. I don't know. I like to make Serenia water, so we'll see. Hmm. Do I want General Morgan? Yeah, probably. Okay, I need to go outfit her, so let's pop to the guild hall so I can do that, because I'm going to need some runes. Does that give me... Yeah, okay, it does. Give me what I want. This. We want to go to a number of characters. I think a lot of his stuff was tolerable. Yeah, no, you definitely should have this instead of that. I maintain that I wish this showed up in a separate panel, but here we are. Get this stuff out of here that I don't need. I mean, that's also not ideal. I don't feel like respawning everything again, but here we are. Okay, so I need some equipment for an elementalist. She's going to be water, so let's grab miners of these and superior water magic. Yeah, you can definitely reduce some of the damage, but I just don't really have any reason to go for any of those in particular. It's like those specific against specific things are useful. But the real question is, when am I going to use it, right? And that's the real rub with a lot of those skills. Okay, let's just go ahead and start where I know I'm going to want to start, which is with myself. I want the Soul Twist. I don't need that. Okay, cool. I'm going to rearrange that slightly. I'll figure out what my last skill is. I typically would include a Resurrect there, but I might use something like Summon the Spirits instead, just to be able to heal my spirits up a bit and have them take a few additional hits. Okay, Master of Whispers already has a spar equipped. That's good. This is what I want him to be doing. It's very useful. I'm going to get to Ogden in a moment. Yeah, this seems fine. Okay, water magic. Just going to go water magic energy storage here, I think. Swirling Aura will be vaguely useful. Yeah, Frigid Armor would definitely have some utility as well. Let's see, Maelstrom. Water Attunement, that's what I was looking for. I also want Ward Against Harm. This gives a lot of additional armor support, which I want. I think Glyph of Lesser and a Resurrect makes sense here. Healing Prayers for... I'm going to go ahead and give her a Restore Life, because it does restore with a good amount of health. This might be a little redundant with her ward. Although it does go off like right away, which is nice. I think I also kind of find their weakness to help enemies die faster, so I'm going to do that. You're fine just doing standard stuff. You're fine just doing kind of standard stuff. And you're probably fine. Let's just drop that. Ancestor's Visage is not the worst option. I kind of like Frustration as well. It doesn't feel like a bad choice to me, but doesn't feel like a great one either. Arcane Conundrum, I think, is what I'm going to go with. It increases enemy cast time and it works as a bit of energy management. I'm going to drop Protection Prayers here. His job is to heal people. Having a Cure Hex doesn't hurt. I want this and Vigorous Spirit and Healing Whisper, I think. Yeah, it seems reasonable. It's a lot of... Actually, no, I want something like Heal Party, except I think I'll go with Heaven's Delight instead. There. And then I just need to figure out what I want my last skill to be. It could be a Resurrect. I can dip into Restoration Magic for that. I could also bring like Breath of the Great Dwarf. Might not be the worst option. Is there anything else that strikes me in particular? Summon Spirit seems like a reasonable choice. I don't know, I usually give a Resurrect to this roll, so I'm just going to go ahead and bring a Resurrect and call it a good. Well, the good news is if the Soul Twist fails in their job, I have no one to blame but myself. Do I have a Communing? I do have Minor Communing. It's only mildly better than what this is, though, so I'm just going to stick with this. I don't know if there's a better order to place these in. I'm just going to kind of go in the order they are on my bar. I mean, most of what I'm going to be doing is focusing targets, so... Should remember to be using Soul Twist regularly, though. I didn't think about spirits regenerating health. That's kind of an interesting twist. It'll definitely be interesting to see what this looks like from the Soul Twist point of view. I guess technically I could have brought Spirit or Restoration if I really wanted, but I don't like Restoration. We'll actually have some dudes coming up. Yeah, it doesn't show me the effect being on them. Yeah, the Titan being nearby, setting my spirits on fire is not great. I guess shelter is mostly going to be important for dealing with the sparks of the Titans and all that jazz, or these guys up here. Because these guys will mind burn us, and boy howdy will that wreck my spirits. Particularly my spirit of union, apparently. I was expecting shelter to get hit real hard by them, but it didn't. So that's interesting. Ah, good old wards. This is spawning power staff. Yeah, they just have enough armor that it's not doing that much to them. Let's get my enchantments redone. Sparks of the Titans need to go down first. Woo, baby. Shelter is getting absolutely trounced here. Okay, things are going okay now. Go ahead and get a new copy of that up. Stop attacking my face. It's my face. I need that face. I can definitely prioritize things a little bit better than heroes can, probably, but... Right, this is the part where I run forward. I look at all these enemies and I say nope. And I walk back. And then I am patient for a few seconds. Because I have triggered all of these guys to go running that way. And if I don't walk out of there, they will all run into my face and I will die a horrible death. And I prefer to avoid that happening. So I let them do this. I spent enough times getting absolutely slaughtered by that group until I learned what the heck happened there. That I've kind of taken that lesson to heart, and I mention every single time I do this mission because it's very important. TM. Let's get a new shelter up. New shelter. New union. There we go. Are there any more sparks of the Titans? I don't see them. Okay, I can get a new displacement up too while I'm at it. Alright, these guys absolutely wreck displacement. As one would expect of enemies that make displacement or activate displacement. Let's just refresh. Soul Twist. Hey, the Potato Nation won. Cool. Get this taken care of. Get its friends taken care of. go. Hi, Seer. The Seer will teach me about the Armageddon Lords. I like having my team mostly composed of range attackers. It really makes this less prone to stupid aggro problems. Ah, you're saying you don't like being in Maelstrom, eh? Neither do I. That's why Isim's brain freeze me to keep me in it. I do like the name for brain freeze. Good name. Wow, displacement's really taking a hammering. Interesting that that's the one that's getting slammed. Oh, there goes Union. Okay, let's get some of these things taken out. There's a high quantity of them. I like that water magic is currently giving me a huge amount of health regen. I think Spirit of Shelter was literally taking damage from being attacked, rather than its trigger effects. It's really interesting playing the Soul Twist, though, and getting to see how things look from that side, that angle. This guy really needs a couple of enchanting staffs, though. That's for sure. Yeah, that hurt Union. That also hurt Union. Okay, I should make sure to stand in the ward if I can. Well, Union's still staying up. It's not dead yet. There we go. Sparks of the Titans need to go down. Although, yeah, I just got an enchantment stripped, which is annoying. Ow. Let's just get them all back up. I'm definitely appreciating the benefit as a human player of being able to make sure I'm being very intentional about keeping shelter up and all that sort of stuff. All the things that I find important for staying alive. In what can otherwise be a very long mission. Boon of Creation back up here. These up before Soul Twist wears out. Make use of that use, I guess. Take out a couple Fists of the Titans, and it'll be onto the plane. And the Armageddon Lords. Okay, Armageddon Lord, come over here. Okay, Armageddon Lord, come over here. We have a move speed buff that was on that was discouraging this guy from moving, shall we say. Ooh, Ore of the Lich. What's really interesting is how little these guys are being triggered. I think those things just naturally died from time. They were being triggered so little they didn't die from being triggered, as it were. Yeah, Armageddon Lord's getting killed out in the middle of the lava. That happens a lot, actually. I don't know if it's going to come fight us or not. I don't really care. Let's get this guy going, too. You, come over here. What's the thing's lifespan? After 56 seconds. Why is it not showing a thing? Well, there's the bonus. That's been acquired now. Didn't notice that that had worn off, and now I have to wait for shelter to recharge, but that's okay. I don't think it's the biggest deal against a lot of these enemies. Displacement will help more for the damage for the hands and fists of the Titans anyway. Use that just for the party healing effect. Ah. I'm being terrible at paying attention to Soul Twist right now. That's something I was a little concerned about, and I was trying to be diligent about. Oh. Yep, some of those bosses are spawning now. I don't know how many more are going to spawn. I feel like there's several that do. Yeah. Now we've got this guy showing up. Okay, I have the relevant thing going on. Just soul twists. Good. I think we've probably cleared that out enough that we can start going down after some of these guys. Which is definitely what I want to be doing here. Yeah, one of the issues I'm running into is those guys only have so much energy, and we are kind of ending their supply. Let's just begin taking out this group. It looks bigger than it is because it has a bunch of minions bundled up with it. Okay, that's not the best place to drop some of these spirits. Putting them right next to Titans is a good way of getting them killed. I need to get my enchantments back on me, too. I don't know if they were stripped or what, but they ain't around. So much no more. Okay, good. And first portal down. Excellent. Well, that's a terrible spot to stand. Just come down this way and take out these portal wraiths. There we go. Clear those out. Get warped to the next location. I'm going to go ahead and skip to... Fun fact, you can get a Prince Rurik tonic from the 6th birthday's tonics. And if you do, there's a chance that it will turn you into undead Prince Rurik instead of simply Prince Rurik. You can guess how I figured that one out. I don't think it should be very hard to figure it out, but yeah. By the way, we get moved a long distance from the plane right here where we were taking stuff out to over here. If I let the cutscene play, it would have filled in a few spots along the way in there, but... This is a fairly short cutscene by comparison. It's just Prince Rurik being like, here's what you need to do to fix things, and please kill me. I do not want to be a servant of the Lich. Which I don't blame him. I like a lot of the lore for this game, but at this point I'm trying to get this character through it, so... not watching all the cutscenes. Not every time I play through a mission doesn't need to be super lore focused. Water is delicious. That's what I always say. Hey, we're back to where we started the mission. Yep, that's right. This is the mission outpost. It's where the last mission ended. It's where this mission will end. It was the mission outpost. We started running around, chasing everything around, only to come back here. It is a big loop. It's a good idea to tag your heroes to the middle here, or any henchmen or whatever. Lots of stuff will drag people out of the area. Shelter is taking a beating and a half. So is displacement. I'm not surprised about displacement. Wait, does this... Hang on. Displacement. Yeah, Union has a tendency to get destroyed. No match for your almighty power, eh? Master of Whispers, if you could come back this way, that would be great. Hey, that was enough. I'm going to go ahead and let this cutscene play, I think. Because I want to hear the prophecy stuff that Glint says in this one. We have now closed the door of Kamali, by the way. So Titans can no longer pour forth from the foundry of failed creations.
Long into the season of the Scion, Tyria is revived again. Over the bones of the bird of prey, the fire is put out and the diabolic gathering is closed off once again. The Flameseeker Prophecies are now complete. The door of Kamali is closed, and the Titans are once again safely locked away behind it. You have saved Tyria, but now you must also save yourselves. The volcano is about to erupt.
I should have gotten a little bit more there. I do wonder if she had released an incomplete version.
There's a ship in the dock, just inside the Mersat stronghold.
Like,
Unless you wish to suffer the same fate as Vizier Kilbron, then I suggest you make a run for it.
I just kind of wish we had more details, you know?
Have earned you a place among the heroes of legend. Let us hope today is not the day your spirit joins those ensconced in the hall.
Yeah, so as I was saying, for some reason, they make a big point of the Scepter of Ore vanishing here. I thought she talked more about what the Flameseeker Prophecies actually said there than she apparently does. And I kind of wish we had gotten... And I'll have to check to see if it's actually recorded anywhere. Actually, I'll check the wiki right now. The Flameseeker Prophecies. I know that's a back piece. Oh, yes, it's the... It is the book. Okay, so... Yeah, you can read the wiki entry yourself. Yeah, here's the line. The exact wording of the prophecies is unknown. Glint seems to be the only one fully aware of it, though. Though the White Mantle, through the Mersat, Vizier Kilbron, Tarai Asa, and Mirik the Shouter seem to know at least some of it as well, along with a few Ascalonian ghosts. The prophecy, as much as is known through the game, predicts the destruction of Ascalon, the death of Prince Rurik, civil war in the Shiver Peak Mountains, an undead force arriving, the finding of the Scepter of Ore, its falling into the hands of the Lich Lord, the Flameseeker referred to in the name, the fall of the Mersat at the hands of the Chosen, the Lich Lord opening the door of Kamali, and the subsequent release of the Titans. Yeah. Interesting. I'll have to look into that more later, because I'm very curious about what all it goes through and whatnot. You have completed your journey, defeated your foes, and concluded your quests. All of Tyria honors you. Congratulations. Thanks to your heroism, Vizier Kilbron, the Lich Lord no longer threatens Tyria, and my brother did not give his life in vain. Your amazing deeds have secured your place in history as one of the paramount heroes of the world. All of Tyria owes you a debt of gratitude, but we Deldrimor dwarves owe you an even greater debt. Your aid in our conflict against the Stone Summit helped me regain my seat in Thunderhead Keep. For that, we are forever allies. Accompanying me today are the finest Deldrimor weaponsmiths. As a show of our eternal friendship, I offer you this Deldrimor talisman, which allows you to claim a weapon of your choice. Fight with honor, my friend. Simon the Scribe wants to become like a prominent scribe. What weapons can I get here? Have skill recharge of communing spells. Yeah, those are scepters, the focuses, and the staves. These are super generic. Like, none of these are especially what I want, because what I want is an enchanting weapon, which I can get from the end of Eye of the North if I hadn't gotten this fancy hammer for some random reason that eludes me. There's the axe, maul, and sword. Like, I'm just generally underwhelmed by... Now, to be fair, this whole thing right here, which takes place in team arenas, was added substantially after the release of Prophecies. It was, in fact, I think added after the release of Eye of the North, if I remember correctly. So I don't necessarily blame them, per se, on any of this. But I do kind of genuinely wish that there's a little bit more going on here. In terms of some of the options available, but I'm not a huge fan of that scythe skin. Do I want any... No, none of these spears are what I'm looking for. And these are all the same Hail and Hardy or whatever it is. And then Hail, Fortitude. Yeah. None of that stuff that I really particularly need. I do want vampiric daggers on one of my characters, but I kind of was thinking I'd craft them since I have vampiric dagger mod floating around. I want to do something with the talisman. I'm just not sure what, because the caster weapons are all super generic. The warrior weapons are all super generic. I don't know why they think I want bleeding short bow. Yeah, I don't know. This is the spot where if I could, I would want to check one of my other characters to see what I've got on her. I think I'll just get this Deldrimor Shear. I have some potential use for it. Hey, Orion Historian McLean. As a historian and as a father, I thought it important that my son and I be here to witness this momentous event. Besides, Cheswick was practically rabid with excitement about seeing you again. Had I not brought him, I'm afraid he would have run off to come anyway. You're so cool. I want to be a hero just like you when I grow up. Oink. It says oink. Yeah, there's a whole dialogue that's been going on here that I quite enjoy about why they discuss why various individuals left. So Simon talks about a bunch of stuff about being remembered as more than just a scribe. But Shadow says here, I'm confused on one point. Perhaps you folks could clarify. What can we do for you, Shadow? Well, when I saw you in Ember Light Camp, I could have sworn there were a few new faces in the crowd. I figured the casualties of war required replacements, yet here I see you all together. What happened? Stefan says, I got drunk. Stupid dwarf tricked me. Eve replies, we all had our own reasons for becoming involved or stepping away. Can't we just leave it at that? Stefan says, yeah, but he tricked me. I just wanted a little nip, something to warm the bones. Next thing I know, I'm running around with this fool punching stuff and screaming my name. This is kind of a reference to Kilroy Stonekin, who was not in Prophecies on launch. He got added during the Sorrow's Furnace expansion, and the whole punching thing was really expanded in Eye of the North. And then it says, yes, dear, we've all heard all about it. We shouldn't have left without you, but, honey, we didn't know if you were coming back. Harumph. Alicia says, at least you didn't have to suffer through an embarrassing talk about your performance. Nanola says, now, Alicia, I only mentioned we should work on your awareness and everything would be fine. You didn't need to storm off like that. She says, I did not storm. I respectfully declined your assistance and retreated to continue my training to become a high priestess of Dwayna. and so on and so forth. What I like about this is this is referencing the fact that Alicia used to have healing touch, which is a touch range healing skill, as you might imagine. And that made her run up to the front line and get herself in the middle of combat. It was a whole thing. She doesn't have it anymore. She has changed, but Salma, the whole thing with Salma, like Salma being a princess was established in the release of Prophecies, but them doing something with that and changing her appearance to this outfit was something done much, much later in the game. Originally, she just had a generic Crichton citizen, female Crichton citizen skin. Salma will be the next Queen of Kryta, and so on and so forth. Hey, War Master Titus. These are exciting times we live in, aren't they? I'm glad I'm still around to see them. Duke Baradin says, the war with the Char still rages in Ascalon. They are fierce warriors, but the five gods will protect us. We shall prevail. King Adalbert says, maybe now that you are finished with this nonsense, you can come to Ascalon and help deal with the filthy Char infestation. Hi, old Mac. This is something else, huh? Saving the world. Wow, just wow. Your mother must be so proud. Hi, Joe. And Little Tom and Farrah Capo are maybe finally hooking up. Yeah, I said that I'd track him down, and by golly, I did. Little Tom won't get away from me now. There's a whole thing I have a very difficult time showing because it requires a Prophecies character. But, let's go to Droknar's Forge. In somewhere up here in Ascalon, there's a quest about about Little Tom the Deserter that Farrah Capo gives you, and you have to like try to track him down. And he like has faked his death, but he's not actually dead. And then he becomes it's a whole thing in Ascalon. Like, so Little Tom is an early warrior trainer. Actually, I want to bounce around a couple of different characters because I want to check some stuff out. So let's just go visit Little Tom in Pre-Searing. I don't know why I'm talking about this lore point, but I'm going to, so here we are. So over here in the Baradin Estate, we have Little Tom, who wanted a cloak, a bearskin cloak, and he trained an axe, and he talks about being so heavy with his axe that he'd break the enemy in two. And then, so he's hanging out there. You're a Prophecies character. I don't know. Let's just go grab this guy. This guy who now has a clear enough inventory that I can do stuff with him. Exciting. Let's just travel. Actually, oh, he must have that station mission. Yeah, it is. It's Gate of Madness again. But if we go back to, Arch is going to be full of people and somewhat laggy, but probably not as bad as Commodon. If we go back here to Ascalon, I don't know, Sarlacc Sanitarium, you'll see that Little Tom is not one of the henchman options. We have Reyna, Orion, Stefan, and Alicia. But then if we go up here to Yak's Bend, we can see that Little Tom is an option now. He has reappeared. So there's this whole thing about him like running away and stuff. And so they had a whole thing. Don't tell anyone you've seen me. I've got a few unpaid debts, if you know what I mean. I'm a survivor, that's for sure. Word of advice, when I get started, you had best stay out of my way, for when I am in the midst of combat, I often cleave so mightily that I'll slice through friend only to encounter foe. Or is it the other way around? I forget. But yeah, that's kind of consistent with his characterization in Pre-Searing, and then he kind of like disappears, fakes his death, and then ends up out here where he becomes a henchman. So it's the whole thing with him, and Farrah Capo's chasing him down and all that stuff. Okay, I wanted to go check her to see if I have use for that scythe on her, because she has a wide collection of weaponry. That is not the F9 button. Okay, she already has a Droknar's Reaper, so she does not need it. I'll keep it on him. That's fine. I do eventually want to get her the rest of the mods for this axe and whatnot. Mostly it's for spirit strength shenaniganry. which is how I'd probably use it on him as well. Let's just pull it in here. I want to get this guy a bigger bag, but he's going to need, or I'm going to need more Z keys before I can do that. So at this point in time, what I'm looking to do is to, we've got some time left in the day. I have more time today than normal because it is a holiday. And that means I don't have to leave like I normally do. Oh yeah, I can turn this in. I should turn this in. That would be a good idea. What do Molten Claws salvage into? That is definitely not worth it. I'm going to ID a few of these things. Salvage a few of these things. Yeah, it's a bunch of wood. Bunch of bone. Iron. More iron. What I want to do is I want to march up to Beacon's Perch from here. Ooh, that is a stack of granite I have apparently accumulated. I'm going to hang on to that for the moment because I want to use that on a different character. Actually, let's juggle stuff some more. Inventory management shenanigans. Where is the Shunlai chest? This is my character with a gigantic bag full of armor. She gets the shocking foe hammer to turn into a better hammer later. And I will yoink this stack of granite because she's going to turn that into an axe. It was going to be this axe. Now I realize I've done the wrong thing. That's okay. That is okay. This axe can be this for the moment. Whatever. I'll change things later. Okay. Back over to Prius, because this is where we're trying to do things on, is him. Where were we? We're going to go visit Lion's Arch really quickly. So I can drop off this book. When do these things start? Oh, apparently going right now. I don't have any candy cane shards in my inventory, but if I did, that would be where I'd make use of them. Gordon Ecker, how are you enjoying your snowmen? Look at my copy of the same Flameseeker Prophecies. Yeah, that should be maximum stuff from it. Behold, the completed Flameseeker Prophecies. Behold, opened up inventory space. The best. I like opened up inventory space. I'm quite fond of it. Alright, let's get these granite slabs dropped off. I'm not going to worry about selling the stuff just yet because I don't feel like chasing down over to Bodris, the outfitter. Okay. I was just randomly thinking about some of the stuff that I had there. Droknar's Forge. Whoa, sorry, I was moving my leg and kicked the table. Okay, so let's see. I want to go... this is going to be a trip, but... Let's see. What are the things I'm going to want here? I'm going to want... I like to make Zed Earth Magic. I'll see if he is already or not. I'm going to bring Norgu and... Daedalon. Master of Whispers. I'm going to do a Dunkoro-Talcora pairing. I'm going to do some tweaking to them. I might bring Koss. What are you set up as, Koss, right now? Okay, you're using a scythe. I'm not going to bring Koss. Jorah, what are you doing? Okay, you're using a sword. You're using this long sword, in fact. Okay, you're not really set up. Okay, let's just guild hall and get stuff set up. Everything's a mess, a chaotic mess, and I don't want that to be the case, so I'm gonna fix it. Give me some funds, and let's go talk to this merchant as well, because I don't need these in my inventory. So I'm gonna get some runes. I need to get Zed set up in Earth Magic. I need to get Dora set up, and Dunkoro, I want to give him... Yeah, okay. So, step 1, Rune Trader. That's the last step as well. Okay. Monk runes, I want Superior Divine Favor for Dunkoro, and I want miners in the rest of these, I guess. Let's get him outfitted with runes. I want, let's see, Dora is runeless as well. Yeah, okay. So let's get her outfitted. I need Stone Fists because that's always a good idea and you never know when you want it. Let me give her some Knight's Insignia too while I'm at it. Stone Fist always goes on the gloves, and I'm going to put some Knights in these two. Those ones get hit the most. Superior Absorption is important. I'm going to go with Major Swordsmanship. Minor Tactics. Minor Strength. Absorptive Chest. Okay. Swordsmanship. Tactics. And Strength. Strong Hands. There we go. Okay, who else needed runes? She's all runed up. She has her major healing prayers. He's got what he's need. Yes, Zed. Zed needed stuff as well. Soup, Earth Magic. Minor Fire. Air. Water, and E-Storage. Down the line here. I remember my first character was an elementalist, and I did not understand how it wasn't insignia at the time because insignia was invented later, but that armor pieces, I thought, oh, if I get an armor piece against, a geomancer's armor and a pyromancer's, like, I'd get plus 10 against earth again for all things, and etc. I thought it like applied each area, and it's local. If you get hit in that piece, like, you have a 3/8 chance to get hit here, a 2/8 here, and 1/8 for each of these. Okay, now everyone is properly runed up. So, that means I can begin putting together some bars. This is not your bar. Mostly right now I just want Earth Magic. Resurrection Chance, fine. I might want Glyph of Lesser. I really want Ward of Stability. That's the main thing that I want from him, if I'm being blunt about it. Actually, screw Glyph of Lesser. We're dual attuning this boy. And when you're dual attuned, you do not need Glyph of Lesser energy. You don't need Glowstone either. Earthquake, Magnetic Surge, and Stoning. That'll work. I kind of don't want him to have a res because I don't want to be putting, like, I want to have him have some other skill. I'm gonna give him this. Norgu, yeah, you're in my ineptitude, friend. You're doing what I want you to do. Master of Whispers doing what I want him to do. Dunkoro, I don't want you smiting prayers. I want you to mesmer. Protection prayers. No, like that. I think inspiration. How this works. I think that might be how it works. Okay, because I want power drain and inspired hex, divine boon, signet of devotion, reversal of fortune, shield of absorption. Actually, is RC really going to be good here? I want RC, but I'm not sure how good it's going to be. Whatever. We're going to roll with this, I think. Actually, no, we don't need that. We're going to... What are we going to put there? We have inspired hex. That's our hex removal. We're going to put divine healing there. Talcora is... Yeah, you don't need that. I'm going to give you patient spirit here. I like guardian. I don't know. Do we need 2 guardians? Maybe? We'll go with maybe. Jora. What are you using? You're using that. That's right. I need a slash bonus. I want you to wield a glacial blade. And this is clearly a better shield. And this is clearly a better staff. Okay. Clear all this stuff out. Everyone's doing well today. Having a good new year. This is lacking a run speed buff. That's gonna need to change, isn't it? Okay, well, whatever. We'll probably be fine. I need to be offensively oriented. Okay. Dervish. What my plan is. Less tactics. Actually, no tactics, despite having given tactics. Okay, let's think about this critically for a moment. If I want run speed buffs, who do I drop for run speed buffs? I'm going to drop Master of Whispers for run speed buffs. General Morgan. Hi. How you doing, General Morgan? Run speed buffs and... Eat energy? Is that good enough? I think I can spare a point out of leadership. It doesn't... That point doesn't do much anyway. Yeah, that's fine. We'll give you a blood ritual. Okay, what I want to do here with her is I want to give her like 8 whimpers. Yeah, that's fine. Punch and strength. Points and tactics don't have much point. Okay, so the cool thing here is Gun's Grasp works with Glacial Blade real nicely. Test of Faith is also super useful. I'm not going to give her Mystic Twister. I don't think she has enough investment to really make that work super well. But, you know. This is the part where I get this cool combo of Knee Cutter. I also want Savage Slash. I'm gonna give her Flurry. Standing Slash. Body Blow. Knee Cutter. Because Knee Cutter is sweet with Grant's Grasp. So, I like it. Let's see. Remove one Dwarvish enchantment. Target foe is crippled for 10 seconds. If an enchantment was removed, all foes nearby your target are also crippled, and this signet recharges significantly faster. That might be worth using. Pious Restoration is also not a bad choice, though. I don't necessarily need it, on the other hand. And let's see. I also have access to something like Counterattack, or I might use that. There's also Disarm, which is right here. Interrupt target foe's action if it was an attack. This is more of a PvP skill. I'm just going to toss on Counterattack and call that good. General Morgan makes us run faster. That's good. Yep. RC shenaniganry. What do I want to do with this character? I could grab some man stuff to try to do silly things with spirits. That doesn't sound like the worst idea. It doesn't sound like a great idea either, though. I have a few blood magic skills. Let's... What do I have in Scythe Mastery? Not much. I'd need to go get more if I was going to do anything there. What do I have in Hammer Mastery? I have a decent number of skills there. I could do a Spirit Strength type bar. I don't know that I want to, though. I think I'm more interested in like grabbing some command skills and doing like Signet of Spirits with command stuff, because that sounds really intriguing to me. You know, I do have Spear of Fury and like no other Spear Mastery skills, but Spear of Fury is probably really cheap to acquire. I should probably get him a spear at some point as well to go with his scythe. Okay, so for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly visit the Eye of the North. And then I probably will also visit... Eye of the North may not be working super well at this exact moment. We will see if Eye of the North manages to load. I've had some issues with some of these Winter's Day zones. I had Commandant crash on me the other day. So I will go to AFK and run an ad break while I sort this out. Okay, I'll take a moment to acquire Guild Wars. Oh, that's not good. There we go. Now it's acquired it. Droknar's Forge is not loading. Okay. I guess I might... Oh, nope. Here it goes. Here it goes. Now it's loaded. Okay, good. Good. So my plan was to go to the Eye of the North to go grab stuff, but let's maybe scrap that plan for going to Sifhala, Sifala is a little bit friendlier right now, I suspect, because people aren't doing a bunch of holiday stuff. I don't know. I don't know what was up with that. Okay. I don't know if there's any particular skills here that I actually will want versus going to like Embark Beach and then elsewhere, but doesn't hurt to check. I know there's I think there's a skill person here. Okay, there might not be. There is in Gunners. I'm just going to grab 5 plat and go to Gunners. Because I know there's a skill trainer here. Down this way. Okay. Yeah, there's Sida. Okay, so let's begin plotting stuff out. I don't need communing. I need a restoration. I don't need max spawning power. I need channeling magic.
How can I help you?
Yeah, I want Anthem of Disruption and Anthem of Wariness, I guess. Also, if I ever do anything with the spear, these are all fine. I'll grab those. Okay, yeah, let's go to Embark Beach and Great Temple of Balthazar. It's not Embark Beach, Scientier. Embark Beach is Embark Beach. Here we are. Right. Now that we've cleared up what Embark Beach is, go grab some more platinum and get this whole thing sorted. Take me to Grand Quarters of Belka. There's a skill trainer here, I believe. Yeah, right over here. Very convenient. Very convenient. Okay, fallback is good to have. I don't really need to go for the eyes. I'm gonna grab We Shall Return, Anthem of Envy. I'm gonna go ahead and grab Never Give Up, Never Surrender as well. As okay, that's good. I spent my platinum. Cool. Okay. Now I need to go back to Droknar's Forge. So I'm gonna march from Droknar's Forge to Ascalon City is the plan. I don't know if I'll get that full march done here, because that is quite the length of distance to go. Yeah, I need this as well. Where is my channeling hat? Okay, channeling hat means I need to switch my armor set. Because of course I do. That's... There we go. I'd rather do that. I don't think I need as much in the other one. What resurrects do I have across my party? He does not have one. He does. He does. No reses on those. Or there. No res there. We'll see how things go. It may be prudent for me to bring a resurrection skill as well. I want... Let's see. I know I want Signet of Spirits. Summon Spirit. Vampirism. And Blood Song. Then I also want Anthem of Disruption and Anthem of Envy. I don't really care about Anthem of Weariness. Do I have anybody inflicting cracked armor explicitly right now? No. So I'm going to bring Spirit Rift as well. And then I think I will bring Flesh of My Flesh. Just so that way I have a way to resuscitate people if needed. Okay, this is a very weird experimental bar, and I'm going to try it and see how it goes. Let's march. I will sing something or another. So step 1 is going north, as it usually is when you're going from Droknar's Forge to anywhere. Droknar's Forge is pretty south. Do I want to go that way or this way? That doesn't matter. The Avacar are chasing the trolls for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, Avacar Ys are definitely good to take care of. I lost a spirit at some point in here. Hi, trolls. Okay, good. That's all cleared out. Looks like it was one of my Signa spirits that died, which is a little inconvenient. It's alright. I'll just make more. You'll see some of these spirits are suddenly hitting for a lot more. Ha! Yeah, okay. I have to admit, using anthems with spirits is kind of sweet. Anthem of Flame won't work because I believe it is party members and not allies. Let's see. Party members. That's obviously not terribly useful. I'm glancing through trying to find Anthem of Flame. There it is. Yeah, each party member within earshot. But Anthem of Guidance would make them unblockable. Crippling Anthem would make spirits cripple things. That's really cool. That's a really cool synergy that I was not aware of. So... It's just like a miniature interruption wave. Anthem of Envy is definitely a little trickier to use. I could see swapping out one of General Morgan's skills in order to add Anthem of Envy. I think we need to go up that hill. Yeah, we do. We need to go up that hill. Because that's north. We're going to Camp Rancor. Get this hornbow. I'm not 100% sure if this is the right way. I know I'm going to throw out some interrupts. Hi, I've got this back again. I'm trying to actually do this without bringing up the U map, and it's making it more interesting. Especially since I don't actually know this map that well, I'm realizing. Do we go down that way? Does that curve up and around? It does, but I think I need to go this way. More into the core of the area. That's a lot of Avakara. I'm gonna go this direction. I don't know if it's right or not. That's part of the fun. prefer a different skill for that. So there's some Grawl up this way. I think going down there might have worked, but I think this will loop around. Ooh, boy. A lot of Grawl down that way. I kind of want to clear them out, though. They have a chance to drop an Icebreaker, which I would like on one of my characters, so... I mean, I have one on one of them, but... if they're wielding an Icebreaker, they can drop it. Probably won't get one, though. Doesn't hurt to try. Wow, there's a lot of Grawl back in here. Intricate Grawl necklaces are from Ascalon. It's funny that they have them here. Well, this is kind of off course, but it's a neat little area. Actually, I want to see where this is on the map. I'm actually not too terribly... well, I'm actually quite far off. I need to be more this way. So I need to head west of here. Any of you have an Icebreaker? Perchance. Neither of those are Icebreakers. Those are like mighty whatevers. I don't know. I'm still going to hunt these guys down a little bit. Yeah, you can see the round that does more damage. I don't think any of them are wielding Icebreakers. Unfortunate. Heh. Well, that life siphon didn't happen and wasn't going to. Okay, I need to head west from here, though, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. It looks like Dunkoro and Takora have been doing fine in terms of energy as well, so that's good. Jorah is enjoying her grasp, I'm sure. Hoping. Anyway. Yeah, I'm out of range of spirits, which is fine. Kind of a known factor. Hmm. Still a lack of things torments me. A lack of icebreakers in the enemy's hands. Yeah, you can see a few of the additionally high damage hits from Anthem of Envy, which is really cool. That's a lot of Chillblains going on here. Get some more interrupts flowing. I need to reuse this. There's just a lot of Grawl here. Kind of fun to just wander off in random places. I am wanting to semi-soonish hop on my male Derv, Disciple of Santir, and begin doing more vanquishing. And I think that'll be a lot of fun. I don't think I actually need to go over that way. Well, does it connect through? Where my lack of knowledge of the geography gets me. Ow. There we go. Now you can start doing stuff. And cleared out. Excellent. Let's see. If I were to snag one of his skills, find their weakness might be a reasonable one. I'm gonna have to think about that. Yeah, find their weakness would be a reasonable one. Okay, this is clearly just a little loop area to hold some enemies. Although maybe no, this doesn't go anywhere. Good to check though. I found more Tengu. Ah, okay. There's Spiteful Spirit Boss. We are in the right direction now. We definitely don't need the whatchamaflopper yet, but that was not clear at all. Ward of Stability is what I was referring to. That's the whatchamafloppet in this case. Inventory is full. What is it full of? Intricate Grawl necklaces? Apparently. I could clear some space by salvaging a few things, so let's salvage a few things. There, salvaged a few things. I need to take this path up. This path will lead me where I'm trying to go. While I'm wandering up here, there's going to be a little bit of a lack of enemies, so let's ID a few things. Ooh, we've got a boss up here. Actually, never mind. Ward's ability is going to be immediately useful against these guys. Well, I stopped a Holy Wrath with my Anthem of Disruption. If the spirit attacks were a little bit more staggered, that would be really nice as well. Yeah, some of those higher damage hits. There we go. Yeah, it's always one of those ones that dies, isn't it? Yeah, all those 40 damage hits. It's not as good as the Hex, I don't think. But it's cool. Okay, I will... That was this hornbow. No, that... Hornbow apparently is made from horns and did not salvage the way I expected it to. And apparently Grawl wore... Oh, well, now my salvage kit is done. Apparently Grawl wore... That should be the last enemy, though. Stone, given that the Grawl gear just salvaged into stone. It's very difficult to walk straight while also trying to ID stuff in your inventory. But we've managed to go in the right direction, at least. Okay. Let's go visit our friendly neighborhood Junlai chest. Yeah, I'm going to swap this out for Anthem of Envy. His is significantly better anyway. And I'm going to go ahead and drop Anthem of Envy for... Anthem of Weariness? Anthem of Disruption. 7 seconds, the next attack skill used by each other within your shot. I don't need very much command. I'm going to drop command and increase spawning power. And I'm going to go ahead and just put on Painful Bond as well, because that's really good damage. But I have an Anthem of Disruption in my back pocket that I can toss out. I like that. Now, the real question that I need to ask myself is... Do I want to try to fit on a source of cracked armor other than Spirit Rifts? Because that's useful for Jorah with Body Blow. If I am going to fit it on, how? That's the other important question. Let's see. We also don't have a source of weakness going around right now, do we? Holy Spear is nice. He's here for incoming and fallback. Anthem of Envy is good. Hey, thanks for the follow. I guess Spirit Rift is fine then. It does lack weakness in my party, though, and I kind of would like to fit that in, but I'm not sure where I would do that offhand with what I'm trying to do with the rest of my team. So I think I will just accept the lack, or... no, here. Here we are. Never mind all this shenaniganry. Mirror of Disenchantment's nice. Arcane Conundrum is reasonable. Let's just drop Power Return and give you these. Haha! Problem solved. Problem solved. And now I don't need to bother with trying to make Spirit Rift do things. I think I'd rather just bring Lamentation, honestly, if I'm doing something like that. Let's do that. Or Splinter Weapon. I think I like that option. Maybe? Yeah. For enemies that are grouped up. Okay, let's clear out my inventory. Which is largely going to be dragging stuff into the appropriate receptacle. Sounds like a weird way of phrasing that. And I don't know how long it's going to take to march all the way up to where I want to ultimately go. Let's see. All these things have been ID'd. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I think what I'm probably going to do is get up to the Deldrimor War Camp, I think it is. Up in Grunt's footprint, because I do want to be ending about 4 today in the hopes that I can have some daylight to walk in. Does get dark early around here, though. But anyway, we can continue on from there on to our next destination. So this is the part where I need to remember my way through Snake Dance. It's not too bad, actually. Bunches of interrupts. I gained a skill point. Cool. I always like having more skill points. They let me buy things? That's technically accurate. Knockdowns. Behold the power of my wanding you in the face with Splinter Weapon. Eh? Oh, there's a Doliac Master over there. Well, no, there's not. Oh. Well, I feel compelled to want that Stone Summit badge, but not compelled enough to go get it. My goodness, that is way far away. We need to go down along this edge. So that way we can continue our march towards Ascalon, slowly but surely. We cannot go as directly as I would like to Ascalon, however, because the map is not designed that way. Specifically, if we could go through here, it would be a lot quicker, but we cannot. So we have to go quite up and around. Heh. Well, that guy evaporated. I wonder if the monks wish there were more of them. This is like how we did it back in the day. We had 2 monks. That's it. Spellbreaker. I see you breaking my spells. Shifty eyes. Boy, these areas certainly make me glad for water stability. We're gonna have to deal with Tundra Giants before too much longer. Although I need to go more this way, so I don't want to get over there. I think I'll go up and around. I think. If I can. This area can be a little bit confusing. Just because, like, you have to... Well... Good job, Zed. That's what I like to see. Heh. Got several different Ward of... or Anthem of Weariness procs off. Salach Hillbringer is a random boss down there. I believe the Attribute Point quest leads you kind of down that way at one point or something. There's something that does, and it's a pain in the rear end. Dora, please have this splinter weapon with my blessing. No. How long does this last anyway? 20 seconds? It does last a good bit longer than the enchantment's recharge rate, so... We're doing a pretty good job of dealing lots of damage to these guys and clearing them out, though, which I'm quite enjoying. Oh man, that guy just ended as soon as focus fire turned on him. Ah, that's useful to remember. My last two are the physical attackers. They're not the only ones that can make good use of Splinter Weapon, to be fair, but... I think I need to go up this way to get to Grunths, because I think it's through this cave and then kind of around. There's Whoop Bumble. Boomble? I'm not quite sure how you're supposed to pronounce that. That's going to be a random boss. What's this ice column doing here? Bumble, why are you T-posing? Oh, hi. You've found us. Good job. Okay, we've got a little ways yet to go. Get to our destination for this leg of this journey. I remember going after trolls for escape, though. Which feels like a silly sentence to say. But in context, makes plenty of sense. Okay, let's grab these. I've not walked past where I need to go, right? No. It's up here. You can see the difference between map that's just like mountain texture and map that is like underlying path texture. It's just a much longer trip than I think it is, largely, and that confuses me. Ah, here's how we get up. There we go. Yeah, now we need to go through some Tundra Giants. These guys are annoying because they knock down a lot. Although I think the Azure Shadows that will spawn along the way are going to be a little bit more irritating. I guess we can just kind of walk past those Tundra Giants, can't we? Yeah, okay, there's Grunt's footprint. That's our destination, is inside Grunt's footprint. A lot of Azure Shadows over there. Yeah, all the Holy Wrath and stuff is eating my spirits up a little bit. Water time. Grunt's footprint, I believe, was added, like I know it was added later, but Sorrow's Furnace is over here. The Sorrow's Furnace was added later in the game, like early in the game cycle, and that it was like one of the first major additions, but relatively late in Prophecies cycle. We need to take out these Priests of Sorrow. Also these Mountain Trolls. Priests of Sorrow, I believe, also have resurrection skills, if I'm not mistaken. They made these enemies slightly more than enemies typically were in Prophecies. So they gave them things like Resurrect. It's not a great resurrection skill, but it is any resurrection skill. They typically did not give enemies resurrection skills. We're going to have to come back out this way when we head back, because this is a substantial distance we've traveled, and we're just coming over to here-ish, I think. So it'll be a lot quicker to go from there. We took a weird path through Talus Chute as a random aside. Went very unusual directions. Oh, bones. Disguises teeth, because teeth are bones. Naturally. Well, I didn't mean to make that Bone Fiend super vulnerable to spirit attacks, but sure, why not? We're here. That's what's happening. Hi, Kilroy Stonkin. Sure, you need one of these. Hello. Thank you very much for the sub. Thank you very much. Okay. To the war camp. Actually, I think I'm going to go around by way of Kilroy, because I would kind of like to avoid aggroing the groups down there if I can help it. And I think walking around by Kilroy will help it. New era poetry. Well, welcome. Thank you very much. Where's my targeting focus? Okay. Almost to the war camp. Drag these guys. Make sure they stay in compass range. There's Gargash Thornbeard and Flint Flesh Cleaver. There's so many wonky greens from that initial batch attached to those guys. Giant Stomp. Why? Okay. I think this is the last group that we'll need to battle here. Giant Herder, please accept this token of my appreciation for your Giant Stomp, a lovely painful bond. Excellent. Most excellent. Alrighty, up to the war camp then. There's Budger Blackpowder in his first appearance. Of course, he shows up quite a bit in Eye of the North. At least some. You show up, Ennis. Ennis Granite Strider. The Stone Summit are an embarrassment to those who call themselves dwarf, and I mean to finish them off. Come to think of it, it might be useful to procure some information on their numbers and positions inside Sorrow's Furnace before we attack. If you're up for a little reconnaissance work, go speak to Gallon Trask. Something else I can help you with. Apparently Budget Blackpowder likes to use Flame Trap. He's a ranger. I did not know this. Okay, so this is the Deldrimor War Camp. Sorrow's Furnace stuff is here. I should do that at some point in time. You can alternatively, a different way of getting here is if you leave from Iron Mines of Mullidoon, you can get to Copperleaf Mines and then get partway up here in that zone. Spear something. Whatever. But my plan... So I'm going to need to wrap up the stream for today. But my plan for next time, on Saturday, will be to head back out in a snake dance and make my way all the way up to Beacon's Perch. And then slowly kind of fight my way across to Ascalon. So that's going to be what we have to look forward to then. So until then, everyone, thank you very much for watching. Have a happy new year, and take care. Goodbye.